Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it was brought to my attention. I just want to clear this up a little bit. And the reason why I've already emailed our city manager and team, but I did just want to highlight this for the public because last week, I believe there was a slide shown that I just want to provide some context to for future conversations and not single out a single bargaining team.
Councilmember Wahab, that actually is going to be part of the item later on the agenda. So we'll actually have a clarifying slide on the salary plan item. So if you want to speak to it then, that would
I think that would be more appropriate if you waited till then. Okay.
Okay. One more time, can you tell me on
it's
the salary plan item. It is
item number 18.
Number 18, and the slide that was caused some concern last week has been modified and will be part of that presentation on item 18.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, seeing no other hands raised or requests to speak here in the chamber, I'm going to close public comments, and we will move on to comments from our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few items this evening to announce. I just wanted to make a comment about, sort of positive comment about solar energy produced at our new library from April 2021 to April 2022. As you're aware, we have a solar panel system that's installed over the roof of the new library in the Mission Boulevard parking garage. It generated approximately 650 megawatt hours of energy over that year. After accounting for the library's consumption during that period, although some closures during that time frame, East Bay Community Energy issued a $21,000 check to the city for approximately 108 megawatt hours of excess energy production. Again, the caveat is that the library was not fully open for public use during that entire time period, so next year's numbers may be different. As a net zero energy building, the library's solar panel system was designed to meet all of the building's energy needs, so great outcome there. I also wanted to just highlight for those who haven't seen it yet, Hayward City Hall has been bathed in pink light as a show of support for reproductive rights in the United States and the freedom to make independent reproductive decisions. And the pink lighting of City Hall will occur for 1 week from sunset to sunrise at the direction of the City Council, which voted on May 17th to take that action should the U.S. Supreme Court overturn its 1973 Roe versus Wade decision that first established a U.S. constitutional protection for a person's liberty to choose to have an abortion. And that was, and so after the decision last Friday, the city staff took the effort to light the City Hall pink. So I just wanted to alert members of the public and others that that is why that is occurring. A couple announcements from the library. Library is launching its online author talk series starting Thursday, July 7th at 6 p.m. The first author will be best-selling author of The Henna Artist, Alka Joshi. The series will offer Hayward residents the opportunity to hear best-selling and critically acclaimed authors speak on their published works of literary fiction and nonfiction, including several business-related talks. The schedule of upcoming authors can be seen on the library's website. In addition, the library's summer programs are off to a great start. Upcoming programs include Jack Spareribs Pirate for Hire to be held beginning at 1 p.m. on Friday, July 1st. There are continuing ukulele classes in the very popular You Can Do It series, teen and family movie nights, words for lunch, and much, much more. Everyone is invited to participate, so please check out the library's website for more information. The council recently asked about the West Winton Avenue paving project that's been underway. We are currently paving that road between Clawwater to the west end of West Winton Avenue. Includes pavement grinding, spot repairs, overlay, curb and carbon gutter repairs. Should be completed by July 11th. And then the segment between Santa Clara and Hesperian will be done later this summer or fall. The segment between Hesperian and Clawwater was paved 3 years ago and is in very good condition. With the total fiscal year 22 pavement rehab project, the overall city pavement condition index has risen to 72 from a score of 79. So that is fantastic. Nice job, Public Works. And I believe that is all of my announcements this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the pink lights. I think we all appreciate that. And also congratulations to our Public Works Department for the improvement in the PCI. That is really the best that I ever remember it being, so that's great. So with that, there are no other comments or questions on any of that. That brings us now to our action items this evening, and I believe we have been asked to pull item number 5 by a member of the public. We have actually, I'm addressing our consent calendar, which this evening consists of items 1 through 13. We will be pulling item 5 off to allow for public comment. Are there any council members who would, or any other members of the public or staff who? Okay, so with that, I would
Mayor
entertain.
Halliday. My apologies, Mayor Halliday. There's one person under attendees with the hand raised.
I see.
Maurice.
Yes, okay, you're right. They just raised their hands. Okay, does that person want to pull one of these items?
I'm not aware, but we could, if you allow me to, I'll
Okay.
allow her to speak.
Hi, I'm trying to speak on item 15.
Okay, we're not there yet. We'll be there soon. We're doing the consent calendar now, and that's items 1 through 13, except that we're pulling number 5 off. But right after we do that, we will be on item number 14, and then we will get to item number 15.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, so on items number 1 through 4 and 6 through 13, do I have a motion?
So
I'll
moved.
move the items. I'll second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Marquez and seconded by Councilmember Lamnon on items, again, 1 through 3 and 6 through 13. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnon.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember
I just want
Wahab.
to make sure you heard me, yes.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Cermeño absent. Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion passes with 6 aye votes and 1 member absent. Okay, and I believe I said that correctly, right? Items 1 through 4 and 6 through 13, right? Okay.
Mayor, I think we need to reinstate it because I heard you say 1 through 3.
You
and
know,
then-
I thought I said that too.
Then maybe-
Unless anyone else misunderstood, I don't think we need to. Does anyone want to pull their vote? Because I clarified, I kind of remembered that, so that's why I repeated it. It was,
The entire consent except for 5, correct?
Correct.
yeah, all of the consent except for item 5, which would have been 1 through 4 and 6 through 13. And if anyone, I don't see that anyone is indicating that they would have changed their votes based on that. So I think we can go ahead with the 6-0 vote and the maker and seconder of the motion understand that too, right? That was what we were voting on. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So now we'll go back to item number 5, which is adoption of a resolution approving a report and assessment for delinquent garbage bills incurred by property owners of single-family residents. And we, I understand, have someone who would like to speak on that item.
Yes, Mayor, that's correct. Christina Segura, I believe she's in the council chambers. Please come forward.
Please come forward. You need to come up to this microphone here, yeah, and then press the button so that the red comes up, and then go ahead, and you can, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor. My name's Christina Segura. I actually wanted to speak on a different proposal. It was about the garbage rate increase, not the.
Oh, okay.
So that might be a different.
So
one.
that is item
16.
16. Yeah, we'll get to it. We will.
Sorry
But
about that.
okay, then I'll go back to item number 5 for the council. That's okay. We'll make a note that you want to speak on that. I think, did she give you a card? Or?
I have her name, yes.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. All right, so we'll go back to item number 5 then, which is the approving a report and assessment for delinquent garbage bills incurred by property owners of single-family residents. Do I have a motion? I have a motion from Councilmember Lamnin, seconded by Councilmember Salinas. Anyone want to comment on this? No? Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin. Aye. Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño absent. Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and that motion carries with 6 aye votes and 1 member absent. All right. Now we're going to now move on to our work session item, which is item number 14. And this is a work session on the community agency funding process review. And we will hear from our finance director, Mr. Clausen, I believe, to start us off on this one.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure tonight to actually introduce Community Services Manager Monica Davis. She's going to tell us about some of the great work that she's been doing with our Community Services Commission and a subcommittee that she and Ms. Carol Lee, our fantastic management analyst in the city manager's office, have been doing with the two groups and leading this process. So Monica, go ahead and take us away.
Thank you so much. And I believe Carol's going to help me with the slides this evening.
I'm happy to do that. Can I please have permission to share screen?
Please do that.
And while that's loading, I'll go ahead and get started and just let you all know that this evening we'll provide a background of the work that was being done with the subcommittee of the Community Services Commission and the council members, provide a little bit of an overview on the community agency funding process, and then provide the recommendations to modify the funding. And so as background, council is aware that the Community Services Commission, or CSC, serves as the advisory body to the City Council. One of their primary roles is to make funding recommendations for the community agency funding process, in which nonprofit applicants come in and apply for funding, and the CSC reviews the applications and interviews applicants, and then makes funding recommendations to the City Council on how a portion of the city's general fund and our community development block grant funding, or CDBG funds, are then allocated to these nonprofit agencies to ensure that services are provided to our most vulnerable populations within the city. We've heard the Community Services Commission has expressed, and the council has acknowledged, that over time there continues to be an oversubscription of the funding requests. So over time for services, year over year, the funding remains relatively flat. And of course, our applications continue to increasingly grow. And as a result of this ongoing challenge, the Community Services Commission has been interested in receiving more guidance from the council and helping provide direction to be able to allocate those limited dollars in the most effective and helpful way possible. So to that end, a subcommittee was formed in October of last year. The council adopted a resolution and appointed 3 of the council members, in addition to a subgroup of the community services commissioners, to evaluate the community agency funding process and make recommendations. And so this group consisted of our 3 council members, Councilmember Lamnin, who is also the liaison to the Community Services Commission, Councilmember Marquez, Councilmember Salinas, and then Commissioner Arezon, Commissioner Bruckner, Commissioner Garg, and Commissioner Moore. And then Commissioner Berry also served as on this committee as an ex officio in her role as chair of the CSC. And thank you for your service and dedication to this work. This group met on 3 separate occasions to provide feedback and recommendations that you'll hear this evening. There were eight identified questions that were reviewed and approved at the October 2021 meeting, at the City Council meeting, for the subcommittee to really focus in on. These really were primarily situated around looking at city priorities and the CSC's role in how the funding allocation is made, and then looking at some very specific questions, particularly around how best to support the community with limited funding. So for example, whether there should be a priority for Hayward-based organizations, any dedicated funding for seed funding, there should be a focus on larger agencies or smaller agencies, and then also tackling that difficult question of whether certain agencies should receive guaranteed funding. And so in anticipation of engaging in the subcommittee work, both the City Council and the Community Services Commissioners were asked those 8 questions to provide feedback in advance. I wanted to share this as background for you to help highlight that actually the City Council and the Community Services Commission were very well aligned. This priority category poll reflects the feedback we received from the City Council and the Community Services Commissioners on how they ranked the different priority categories. And the heat sort of range is the first choice is in the red, and then last choice goes to the cooler colors. And of course, it's all relative. But you'll see that these priorities are very much in alignment. Both Council and the Community Services Commission have identified housing and homelessness as food security, health in their top categories, and while still important, sort of having arts and music, legal services, infrastructure, job training sort of on the bottom half. So still, in the larger scheme, identified a similar thematic prioritization. And then in looking at those priorities and aligning that with the city's adopted strategic roadmap, there clearly is an existing priority alignment. We saw and then heard in discussion also that there's an alignment with the focus on housing and homelessness, economic development, food security, and health in both the articulated funding priorities that of course then map back to our strategic roadmap. And so I provided that as sort of context for some of the conversation and recommendations that are going to be presented. The first recommendation is in response to looking at the services grant awards. And I should say that one of the primary points of conversation was really deeply looking at our services grants, because those are the ones that are oversubscribed. We did a historical look back at the average grant awards, and we found that 87% of our services grants fell within the $50,000 range or below. And when we mapped out the categories in which those services grants were, almost all of the services grants that were over $50,000 fell into the housing and homelessness category. And so for that reason, on the next slide, you'll see that the proposed modification is to utilize a strong guideline of sharing with our nonprofit agencies an application process, and then having the CSC members during their deliberation process utilize a grant award cap reflecting a $100,000 maximum grant for homelessness and housing services and a $50,000 maximum grant for all other services. Additionally, we were examining really finding a way to ensure that new agencies have an opportunity to be competitive in the funding process. And so in looking at the historical data, we looked at the number of new programs that received funding recommendations compared to the total funding, compared to the total number of programs who applied for funding. And so we saw sort of this 20 to 30% range of funding generally being allocated to new programs. And so to that end, the second proposed modification is to do a set aside priority for new and innovative programs with 20 to 30% of applications for new and innovative programs. And I do want to just highlight that one alternative consideration was to do a dollar set aside, a percentage of available funding set aside, and the preferred methodology for ensuring that new and innovative programs were receiving a priority was this percentage of programs approach. And that's because we have historically seen that newer programs end up actually not costing as much. And so just, but there is a variety of ranges. And so just giving a priority to new programs just provides a little bit more flexibility to the commission to make that decision. Then the next proposed modification is stemmed from a conversation about exploring guaranteed funding for certain agencies. With the subcommittee, we discussed whether certain agencies who have consistently received funding year over year should receive a guaranteed allocation. And the consensus in the conversation was that rather than guaranteeing specific agencies receive funding, there's an interest in supporting safety net programming. And so to that end, staff is proposing, and we do this in some part, but would ensure during the interview process and, during the application deliberation portion, to just ensure that the appropriate swath of safety net services is being identified for funding during the community agency funding process. And so moving into the examination of our arts and music program, staff has been working across departments to really better fine-tune the city staff's engagement with the arts, music, and events providers, because those organizations that put on arts, music, and cultural events have been engaging different departments to execute their variety of programming and events. And so in that refinement of that process, the proposal is for the next funding application cycle to integrate arts and music with an events category. And so the proposal is that the application review committee, or what the CSC calls ARC for short, there would be an application review committee for arts, music, and cultural events. And though the same community services commissioners would do the interviews for the arts, music, and events applicants, the funding decision portion would be one part for just the arts and music applicants, where there's currently $132,000 of funding available, and a separate consideration would be for the separate pot of money would be for cultural events. So just really want to clearly identify upfront that though it would be the same individuals interviewing all of the applicants, it would still have separate pots of money for the arts and music agencies and then the events funding. And if you may recall, prior to COVID in December of 2019, the council actually adopted a resolution with clearly articulated event guidelines that clearly defined what special events were and the funding guidelines and eligibility criteria. And so staff plan to utilize those established guidelines in order to implement the events funding portion of the application review. And in the next slide, you'll see that in looking at the definition that the Hayward Municipal Band and the West Coast Blues Society would, let me take a step back. So this slide shows the list of historically funded agencies through arts and music. Historically, the Hayward Municipal Band and West Coast Blues Society have received funding from arts and music. And under the definition of the events funding guidelines, the Hayward Municipal Band and West Coast Blues Society would move into the events bucket of funding. And so the recommendation would be to mirror the arts and music funding guidelines to mirror the cultural events program guidelines. And because it's December of 2019, just to help you all remember, so the guideline was to be able to fund up to $10,000 for new events, and then years 1 through 5, up to 5,000 events as a signature event, and then a classic event up to $7,500. And that for those three, for any time period for cultural events, the funds should not be more than 20% of the total estimated budget for that event. And so utilizing a similar framework, the application review committee would then use a laddering approach. And there was robust discussion with the subcommittee and at the CSC about how to structure this funding. And so it's not an exact mirror to cultural events, but for arts and music, the rationale was to eventually have the agencies learn to apply for some city funding, but also eventually learn to leverage some outside funding to support their efforts. And so for arts and music, a new agency could apply for $30,000, and then a signature agency 1 to 5 up to $25,000, and then after that up to $20,000, and then at that 5+ year mark, then that up to $20,000 shouldn't be more than 60% of that agency's grant. And so on the next slide, provide an overview of the existing audit requirements. So currently our funding grant application process requires that each agency awarded more than $15,000 in funding needs to complete an independent fiscal audit. A couple of years ago, when the community agency funding process review had occurred, prior to that, it was a $10,000 threshold, and so it had been bumped up a couple of years ago, and so now sort of looking at that again. Agencies currently who don't have an audit and who apply for more than $15,000 can continue to apply for city funding, but are required to utilize a fiscal administrator, and the fiscal administrator is able to charge up to 10% of their grant to be able to support the agency. And so the proposed modification is to increase the audit requirement threshold up to $20,000. And then for agencies who are requesting less than $20,000, as an alternative to seeking a fiscal sponsor, the recommendation is for an agency to alternatively partner to obtain a letter of good standing from an auditor, and the cost of that is closer to $500 to $1,000, whereas a fiscal audit is typically starting at cost of $8,000. And this would help provide some additional checks and balances of use of city funds, and it's not an exorbitant cost to the agency. And I should also share that typically the fiscal sponsors administrative costs typically exceed that $500 to $1,000 threshold right now. And so in addition to these modifications, the CSC subcommittee is planning to meet this summer to fine tune some of the inner workings of the notice of funding availability process, the application review process, and interview process, to better enhance the commissioner experience as well as our applicants' experience. And then the plan is to also create a scoring rubric for the interviews so that the the community services commissioners can move through that process with ease. And then, of course, there's continued interest, as the council has previously articulated, that there's a priority for integrating an equity lens into the community agency funding process. So working with this subcommittee to identify additional ways in which we can continue to integrate an equity lens. And from the subcommittee's work, there was an articulated preference for Hayward-based organizations, so also including that in the scoring rubric. And to summarize these modifications, then really looking at these 5 components, utilizing a services funding cap, creating some dedicated prioritization for new and innovative programs, looking to ensure a safety net of programs rather than a specific guaranteed set of funding, setting up arts and music funding to mirror the way in which the events funding guidelines are created, and then adjusting the audit requirements to make them less onerous for the applications. And so with that, staff recommends that the council members provide comment and then affirm the modifications as proposed by the community services commissioners that also are reflective of the work that the subcommittee provided. And then in terms of next steps, just want to share that, again, through this summer, the subcommittee of commissioners will meet to review these and fine tune some of these processes. And that we anticipate implementing these changes in the fall of 2022 and publishing our notice of funding availability in September of 2022. So because it's a work session, just wanted to refresh you all that we'll typically do public comment and then council questions and discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So yes, as you said, this is a work session, and we will start with any public comment that we have on this item. Is there anyone? I don't see any hands raised among attendees. I don't see any hands raised or anyone coming forward from the people that we have here in the chambers, and we do have a few people here tonight. It's nice to see you. Thanks for coming. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and we'll go back to council for comments and questions. Questions and comments. I don't really see any hands going up there. There we go. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. One, I just, Ms. Davis, I want to thank you for your presentation and, you know, all the work that you've been putting into the Community Services Commission. I just want to ask a little bit about when we do have events, you know, it seems like a lot of the events that currently take place in Hayward still are unaware of the support that the city would provide. Are we able to, I don't know, post that on social media, you know, do a news release, something that would be beneficial to a lot of different communities?
Certainly. So we are anticipating including integrating the events for the funding cycle for fiscal year 2024. And the guidelines had not been implemented because of COVID. That funding had been reallocated. And so I think staff can work to identify an appropriate way to advertise this available source of funding in this upcoming fiscal year, in addition to the upcoming funding cycle for the following fiscal year.
Cool. And then I wanted to ask, in addition to, so your equity lens, one of the things I do appreciate about that is that, we are trying to, I think we've seen in previous discussions where we're lacking or not lacking and so forth. One, I just want to make sure that we are targeting a geographical piece of that as well. So not all events being in downtown, not all events being in South Hayward, not all events being in one location or the other. I think that's incredibly important. And then my second piece that I would suggest is that, so there's a lot of community members that, tend to not necessarily engage with government. They have their, whether it's a book club, whether it's, a chess match, whatever the case may be. But because we do have on our website a community calendar of events, just random things, if there is a way to have community members be able to submit their own events, who, what, when, where, why, and just make it a little bit more inclusive and a little bit easier to do. I would suggest that staff review these before it's fully posted to the website, just for caution. But being able to at least, I don't want to say advertise, but promote the event a little bit. People do want to engage others, like-minded folks. So whether a book club is at the library and they just want to start it and they want to meet some folks at the library on Sundays at 2, they should be able to do that, and it should be on that community calendar. So not every event has to be sponsored by the city. I'm not necessarily looking for that, but just where people can kind of go and say, I'm interested in education, or, watching a movie with others, or something communal, because I think that piece of it, and especially with the community services effort, it is very much trying to bring the community together, for like-minded causes, obviously good, positive causes too. So just being able to expand a little bit on that. But other than that, again, I always appreciate your presentations, very thorough, very thoughtful, and really absorbing some of the things that we've said in our agenda on council too. So thank you.
Councilmember Wahab, can I ask if you just were you recommending that the city take the initiative to put those things on the community calendar? Or, because I think it's available now, but I think it's up to the organizer to put it on, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yeah, there are ways to make our website a little bit more user-friendly, where people can submit, whether the who, what, when, where, and why. And then, just obviously having anything with the city, having somebody overlook it real quick. But just being able to say that this is the community calendar, anybody's free to submit that their own event, their own little club or meeting or something like that. So not trying to add more work, but just trying to utilize some of the tools that we do have in place.
And just let people know about those opportunities, I think. So
yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to make a comment that Hart is going to have a couple of movies in the park in case you wanted to see those. They're more kid oriented, but there's one at Kennedy Park and Meek Park if you wanted to check those out. But anyways, I thank you for all the work you're doing on this, Ms. Davis. I really appreciate your presentation. I also wanted to thank the members of the council who took extra time to walk through this process and walk through priorities. And I know that was a lot of additional meetings. So I really appreciate you all stepping up and answering the call of action from the CSC. I do also want to acknowledge CSC and all the work they're doing. One question I have is, I'm still a little confused about arts and music versus events. So can we clarify music versus events if the events are music related?
Sure. So if it's a sort of, let me make sure I understand your question. So you're you're seeking clarity around the definition of what
How we're defining
a special event.
yeah, and versus a special event, because the two special events are both music related that were identified as examples.
They are. Pull up the specific, and the events guidelines very clearly articulate the definition, and so I'm just.
Okay.
I can pull up the slide too. I think that
it slide, but I was stuck.
Sure, it defines a special event or a cultural event as something that occurs at a single day or a given time frame, such as a parade, a gathering, an art show, a car show, and the other ones are more programmatic.
Got it. So ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay. So the reason why I'm asking this question is because this year, the West Coast Blues Society is doing multiple concerts. And is that considered an event if he's doing 6 to 8 concerts, or is that music?
So the way in which, that's a great clarifying question. It is anticipated that if the West Coast Blues Society applied for funding for similar programming in the future, they would be categorized in the events category. Similarly,
one event happening.
It would be for, yes, but they're time-bound events versus sort of ongoing programmatic delivery, which is what the other arts and music agencies are doing.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I'm wondering if we can have that chart available when people apply.
Absolutely.
Make sure they understand what they're applying for, because I can actually see people applying for both and expecting funds from both because they're hitting music and it's an event. So they might, want to double dip. And I just want to make sure we nip that in the bud before it becomes an issue later on. So appreciate the clarification. The other question I have is, this is just in general, I brought this up last year. These are really important agencies receiving very little funding, in my opinion, based off of the work and the need that's out there. And I wish we could give more money. I wish we could do more, but I'm also concerned about the amount of staff time that is being spent on reprioritizing, defining goals, I understand you need to have a really clear application process so it can be fair, but at the end of the day, once we have that clear process, when are we able to move forward so we can make sure we're being responsible with our residents' dollars about giving out dollars? So I'm just wondering if there's a range that you can give me of how much time and energy has been spent on analyzing things that I'm seeing from the priority list makes total sense to me and probably would have been obvious choices for many of us. Can we reiterate that and remind CSC that we need to make sure that this is in the back of our minds? We bring this up in other committees. I know we bring this up in Keep Hayward Clean and Green a lot. We are spending a lot of time analyzing what's happening. I definitely understand why we needed to have a work session, but I'm a little bit concerned about how much energy is being spent in your division's time on this. So just wanted to hear some of your thoughts about it.
I appreciate that. This review is something that has occurred sort of every few years. This is the third review I've been involved with, and I've been with the city for 7 years. And this is probably the more intensive iteration of the process. And so hoping that because we did a deep dive, that we will be able to do fine-tuning tweaks to some of the suggested changes after we go into implementation for this upcoming funding cycle.
Okay, great. That's all for me right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other? Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. Appreciate the concern about staff timing, and certainly, thinking that hopefully this holds for a few years because I think it was really well done and I appreciate that. The only question, and this is really perhaps for my colleagues, but I'd love your thoughts, Ms. Davis, to start it. We had talked a little bit about emerging priorities like abortion, when we talked about it in the referral. And I think some of that comes into the new and emerging programs, but what are your thoughts about how do we handle if COVID, other immigration issues, whatever may come up that feels really urgent to council or to the commission? Where does that fit in this process?
Currently, sort of in the last few years, it's shown up in a couple of different ways. Certainly in certain emergent situations, there's been also like COVID, for example, additional federal support that then we did sort of an off-schedule allocation of funding. So there's that opportunity to connect with the CSC on identifying funding priorities. And then we also utilize, I suppose if there aren't additional identified dollars through outside funding sources, the council could certainly provide direction to reallocate funding, and we can work on an off-schedule input process from the CSC that's less of a full, robust funding process. I think there are ways in which staff can address emergent needs as they arise.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I guess I would urge us as a council to keep the schedule in mind so that if there is an urgent need, we're not retooling the process again, to Councilmember Andrews' point, but we are, if there is something that has come up sort of during the year that we say, all right, this is something we really want to see if we can get at through the process, through the funding process, that we sort of limit the direction to that time. You can't always plan for an emergency, but sometimes. But to the extent that that's possible, I would encourage that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank Monica and Carol and the rest of the team for your outstanding work and just having us be very well prepared for those committee meetings, and also the community services commissioners that have devoted a lot of time, especially evenings and weekends, and being part of this process. So I think it was helpful to have this work done. I think there was a lot of confusion in terms of the role and responsibility and misperceptions of how council views their role and the expectations. So I think it did serve a very valuable, it was valuable in the sense that we clarified a lot of that. And I think the recommendations moving forward are going to be helpful, because one of the main pain points was there's this excessive value number being asked, and we don't have that. I think the max is like 2 million that we give out, and the need always exceeds that. So I think this is a way to manage expectations, to be very transparent with the public. I did emphasize the safety net programs. I think it's imperative that we maintain those for our Hayward residents. And I also just had to remind the commissioners, it's not our task to solve these issues. If you want to get involved with something that really has a higher impact, then you have to look at serving on a different foundation board, some other entity, but it's not this. This body has always been very clear. Our role and responsibility is to provide services to low-income Hayward residents, point blank, period. It is not to end homelessness. It is not to feed every mouth in Hayward. And I'm not trying to be harsh. I just want to be very, very realistic. As Councilmember Andrews said, we only have a certain amount of money. So it's not the intent to resolve these issues. It's really safety net stopgap. So I think we just have to remind each other of that. It's not to minimize or devalue the work, but everyone has to be very clear on the task at hand. So I think it helped clarify that misunderstanding for some individuals. And also, the only thing I didn't hear mentioned, and we did discuss, is that the city is aggressively looking at grant funding. We bring in a lot of dollars that target these areas. When we did the survey in terms of housing and homelessness, food insecurity, those main areas, we had an update not too long ago from our lobbyists, how aggressive we are in securing grant dollars. So all of these issues are continuously at the forefront. And we also, at some point, will be programming the money we're getting from cannabis. So obviously that's a completely separate issue because some of these nonprofit providers will not want to receive funding from there. Some may. So that's going to be a completely different discussion, but I just want the public to know that we are aggressively looking for other dollars to bring in to expand that pot of money. And then I thought it was very interesting that the council, I think, selected economic development as number 2, because that is our responsibility. We try to bring more money into the city so we could provide these services. So all in all, I think the efforts were extremely beneficial and worthwhile. My only pause after seeing the slides, I'm a little bit confused on the music and arts. The first year event said 10,000. And then the signature, I just kind of thought the sequence of numbers should be flipped. So was that an error or is that what we intended? Because that doesn't make sense to me to go from 10,000
You are not the first person to ask about that. The rationale when council adopted that sort of inverted approach was that in sort of those middle years, there would hopefully be an influx of funding to be able to increase the regional capacity of the event, and then to longer term have it then be sustaining.
Okay, that's still.
So it was intentionally adopted. One thing that I think as we're fine tuning some of this is seeing how it plays out since the events guidelines have not been implemented, even though those were adopted by council, sort of seeing how that goes and then perhaps tweaking it the following year.
Yeah, I would be open to doing that. And then I just really appreciate your work around. I know Commissioner Bruckner just brought up the fact that he was new to the commission and just kind of his experience with the mandatory bidders conference, the weekend. And I was really pleased to hear staff is willing to hear that feedback and see if there are ways to improve the process. But all in all, I think we've been very open and transparent. And the goal is we want to try to help as many people as possible meet those unmet needs here in Hayward. But unfortunately, we do have a limited amount of dollars. So we have to balance, as Councilmember Andrews mentioned, staff's time. And also in support of Councilmember Lamnan's comments with respect to, as referrals come up throughout the year, really target it to a pot of money to access those funds. So maybe some discretionary funds, but just being very clear on the timeline as to when we could access those funds. But thank you again to staff. Thank you to all the commissioners. I'm very, very pleased that we're going to be moving forward with these new changes. And I don't recall what we agreed upon in terms of a check-in. Did we say we would revisit this every few years, or what did we land on in terms of whether or not these changes are effective?
There wasn't a specific definitive time frame, but in sort of generic discussion, I think like a 2 to 3 year timeline sounded like the consensus of assessing and reevaluating.
Okay, and if we could also maybe just have from the CSC's perspective, maybe like a recap document, just something just to kind of note the work that they did and have like a document to refer to for historical reasons, just to know kind of what their perspective was. Like I said, it was good to flesh a lot of stuff out because unfortunately we can't always do that in council meetings. So the committee allowed us to do that. But thank you all for your great work. And Mayor, I don't know if you got everything you need, but we did cover a lot of ground, and thank you to my colleagues for serving on this committee as well.
Any other council members besides me want to weigh in? And Councilmember Wahab?
Yeah, I have no other comments.
Okay. So I'm just going to, first of all, let me ask, so this is the last time we're going to see this, and based on our comments, you're going to go ahead and implement it? It's not going to come back for any kind of vote? All right. I think, you know, we've actually had some of these suggestions on the books for a while, and but I think I agree with what Councilmember Marquez just brought up about it doesn't make sense to, you know, our thing was to reduce funding over time with the hopes that, you know, an event would would be generating. In fact, all along it was that these events should be generating some contribution of their own. So that doesn't make sense to me. And I would say that as far as well, let me just say right now, I don't support this plan because I continue to support separating out events and arts. And arts and music is redundant. Music is an art. It's a performing art. But I do think that that is something that should be separated out. And I know there are people in this community that would love to serve on such a commission, a newly created commission, to really focus on our arts and events in a way that reflects our priorities, our commitment for inclusiveness and recognizing other cultures. I think that would be a much better way. I mean, we are now adding additional work onto the Community Services Commission, which already has a lot of work. So I just don't agree with that. I may be in the minority. I thought that there were several other council members who agree with that. I know there are a lot of members of the public who do, and I've heard from them. So I'm really disappointed, and I don't support that aspect. As far as how we, getting back to community services, as far as how we work with the Community Services Commission, I think I would like to see, and maybe some of this happens, but the Community Services Commission should, at the start of the year, review the council roadmap, any changes that have been made in it, and then, specific, I think, especially this year, since we're redoing our housing element, they probably should be somewhat involved in that, and certainly review any, review that at the outset. You've got new people every year. And then also when applications come in, maybe there could be some staff commentary on, which strategies or, roadmap priorities this particular proposal would align with. So those would be my, my suggestions for that. And then am I to understand that you say there is $132,000 available for the arts? Because my understanding was it was 82, which I'm very happy to see the 132,000 figure. My understanding was that there was one-time money. If that's permanent, I do support that. And
yes, the one-time recovery funds were from some salary savings, and then the council's most recently adopted budget for next fiscal year included an ongoing increase of funding that was included a $50,000 increase for arts and music.
I didn't remember that, but that's good news that is. So I do support that. So that's all my comments. Thank you. And I do also appreciate the work of the 3 people that were appointed to serve on the committee. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I think we can now move on to item number 15, our first public hearing item. And that is sale of parcel group 8 for development of affordable housing. We're going to be adopting a resolution approving Government Code Section 52201 summary report for the project, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a disposition development and loan agreement with RCD company for the parcel group 8 property, and for transfer of specified city-owned properties and the development of housing. And we're going to be making specific findings in association with that, with a government code section exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act. And so with all of that, I think that we are going to first hear from Finance Director Clausen.
I'm simply here to stall and buy Monica a bit more time to drink some water, since she'll be taking us away yet again, to share some of the great work that's been going on. She and our housing manager, Christina Morales, will also be here to answer any questions about, what's going on, what we've been doing, some of the outreach that's been going on, and what we're expecting from council this evening. Go ahead, Monica.
There we go. Thank you, Dustin. This evening, I'm wearing my hat as the special project manager for the 238 development. And I want to thank Acting Assistant City Manager Dustin Clausen and Housing Manager Christina Morales, who are both here and also supporting this effort. And then also wanted to just acknowledge that the Resources for Community Development developer Nick Cranmer is also here and available for questions. All right. And so this is a map just to help you contextualize where Parcel Group 8 is on the corner of Grove and Foothill. And if you recall, the 238 development really was from the 1960s, an effort to create a 238 bypass project. But over the decades, the project faced several legal challenges and was abandoned in 2009. And in 2016, the city entered into a purchase and sale agreement with Caltrans to really strategically develop these properties. And the city, under the agreement, divided the parcels into 10 larger parcel groups. And this was an effort to be really thoughtful in the planning efforts and how these pieces of land were going to be reintegrated into the city. And that purchase and sale agreement was extended. Originally it was for 5 years, and now we have through 2027 to dispose of the properties. And the project goals for 238 are to ensure that there's a cohesive and productive use of the land, really driven by the community, to negotiate real estate transactions that don't cost the city any additional funds, or perhaps even add some supplemental revenue to the city's budget if possible, to reinvigorate these localities, to eliminate neighborhood blight, and to fund new neighborhood benefits such as citywide trails, public affordable housing, public transportation, and just really focus on other priorities for city development. And just to provide you and show you a little bit, because Parcel Group 8 does present a little complexity, the Parcel Group 8 falls both in the city boundaries as well as Alameda County. That dotted line on this map reflects that boundary line. And then in the dark green, that is designated as open space. And that lighter pinky purple shade is what we call Bridge Grove. And that is the proposed affordable housing segment that we're talking about this evening. And then just wanted to highlight that then there's this middle section, the orange and light green, which is going to be proposed as market rate housing for future development. And then wanted to remind everyone that there was, council adopted a resolution to memorialize that the creation of affordable housing on that pink portion, and then the transfer of the dark green portion of that map to create a park dedication would in fact satisfy the dedication requirements for Parcel Group 8, so that that middle market rate component could be developed and utilize the affordable housing and park dedications and maximize the purchase price available for that market rate development. So the council adopted a resolution in September of 2020 to set that forward, and Caltrans agreed to that approach of allowing the city to subdivide Parcel Group 8 and to move forward as each segment was ready, without requiring us to pay the full purchase price of Parcel Group 8. And so because of that, we're able to move forward with the affordable housing segment without paying Caltrans the full purchase price for Parcel Group 8. And then just one other piece that is important to note is that in February earlier this year, the city did in fact did address Surplus Lands Act with respect to Parcel Group 8 and applied for mixed use. And so to that end, Parcel Group 8 is identified as exempt from the Surplus Lands Act. And we're thrilled to be in partnership with Resources for Community Development, or RCD for short. This is an affordable housing developer that is local, based in Berkeley, and has been around for 40 years and really dedicated to ensuring that the people with fewest options have affordable housing opportunities. We're just really excited to have them here working with us on this development. And the project is a multifamily, 100% affordable project within the city portion, so closer to Foothill and Grove, is 96 deed restricted rental units. And in the county portion, there are 11 already naturally occurring affordable housing units. So the plan is to rehabilitate those units and continue to offer them as low income units. And I should clearly share that there are 8 existing tenancies on the county portion. And so trying to support those existing tenants as well. And then also on the project is 3,900 square feet of ground floor community or commercial space. And that's just, you'll see in the visual, proposed to be right there on Foothill. And so RCD submitted a Senate Bill 35 density bonus application, and that application was deemed consistent with the objective standards of general plan and zoning district, except for where there is requests for concessions or waivers around the density, floor area ratio, height, and setbacks and open space. And those were granted based on the density bonus law. And so based on the review, the project was eligible for a streamlined ministerial review, and it was approved on May 24th, 2022. So, excuse me, the disposition and development and loan agreement, or what we call a DDA for short, has some key terms, one of which I've referenced, and that's the purchase price. For this segment, there's a $0 purchase price. The developer has signed a voluntary covenant to restrict the affordable units in perpetuity. So voluntarily agreeing to restrict all of the units to be affordable forever. And the city is committing up to $2 million of our inclusionary housing fees as a loan to help make this development happen. There is a key term to ensure that the existing tenants are really impacted on a minimal basis and really trying to keep them housed on site or offer them helpful alternatives. And then want to highlight that the developer formed an LLC company and a limited partnership. And that's really to secure certain financing grants to be able to maximize points in pursuing those financing efforts. And then the developer is paying to extend the city water line. East Bay Mud will be providing water service to this project. The extension of the city water line is to be available in case of an emergency. And so I was referencing the importance of ensuring minimal impact to our existing tenants. Most of the tenants who are on site already received relocation assistance that was required by the state and federal law. However, this plan is to really also ensure that the tenants are treated respectfully. It is anticipated that they will be screened for eligibility to be on the project 6 months prior to construction. And once they are deemed eligible for the project, they will continue to be eligible. Tenants who are eligible who qualify to be an affordable housing project can take advantage of the two options. Option A is to be temporarily relocated, and that if a tenant decides to be temporarily relocated, RCD will move them into a temporary housing, working with someone who has identified a living situation that's in the area, and RCD would pay for moving costs and any rent differential. So the tenant would continue to pay their existing rent. They would pay it to RCD, and if there is a differential, RCD would pay the difference. The tenant also has the alternative option of selecting permanent relocation. So RCD would work to help provide assistance in identifying alternative housing long-term, and then the tenant would receive $20,000 to support their moving, new rental situation, or to help them make a home purchase. And so if a tenant is not eligible for an affordable housing unit, then they would only be eligible for the permanent relocation benefit. And that's simply because this is a 100% affordable project funded out of a variety of tax credit financing structures that require it to remain available to individuals who qualify for affordable housing. And so if a tenant wouldn't qualify, then they'd only be eligible for permanent relocation. And I do want to share that we did have the opportunity to check in with Supervisor Miley's office to also discuss these relocation plans, and there were no, and he was supportive of this approach. And then we did also have the opportunity to share this relocation plan, and I should have said this first and foremost, with the tenants to discuss this. And they generally were appreciative of this thoughtful approach. The temporary relocation is 20 to 21 months. And so being able to outline this structure for them was helpful. The tenants will have opportunity to review the relocation benefits in April of 2024. And then it would be anticipated they make their election of those relocation benefits in July of 2024, with a notice to vacate in September of 2024, in anticipation that they would need to decide and move either temporarily or permanently by the end of November, anticipating that construction would start in December of 2024. And so the 96 affordable housing units would certainly help support the city's RHNA goals with adding 7.5% to our low income household numbers, and then 7% of very low income units. And then this development also continues to support our housing element goals as well by assisting in, developing housing affordable to low and moderate income households and equal housing opportunities for all. I also wanted to highlight the economic development piece of this project. So during construction, 136 full-time FTE would be created for temporary construction jobs. And then once the project's completed, it's anticipated that 33 permanent full-time equivalent jobs would be generated. And this project is exempt from CEQA because it meets the requirements as they related to the streamlining process. So the entitlements have already been approved, but just wanted to highlight this piece. It's staff's recommendation that during this public hearing, the council adopt a resolution approving the section 52201 summary report that's attached to the staff report, as well as authorizing the city manager to negotiate, execute this DDA and the related documents in partnership with RCD to be able to transfer this property and help support the building of the affordable housing. This public hearing format is to have council questions, then public comments, and then council discussion and action. Thank you.
Thank you. That was exhaustive, but report on this. So I will ask now if there are any questions from any of my colleagues on this. No, I don't see any hands. Okay, Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you. What the public may not know is, we've been working on this for a very, very long time, and it's kind of nice to see it come to fruition where we're at today. So I want to, thank staff and thank everybody involved for making this happen. 2 questions. Well, actually, a couple. A few. The water. It was. So the East Bay mud is the permanent water for ratepayers, correct?
The East Bay Mud will be providing the water service to this development.
The regular water service, okay. And then the city will be providing water only in cases of emergency, like fire hydrant and. To what extent? Is it only fire hydrant, or is it, like sprinkler system and other?
That's correct. It's just for fire hydrant service.
Okay. And then the other component to this is the commercial element. And the way I looked at the renderings, the commercial component is on the city of Hayward side of the development, correct?
That's correct. Okay. The rendering reflects it along Foothill.
Yeah, okay. So then, do we know what are the suitors? Do we have any suitors for that commercial space so far?
Suitors?
Yeah, I mean, people who are...
I'll defer to Nick Cranmer, who's on the call and is from RCD and can answer that.
Sure. Thanks, Monica. I can address that question. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. So thank you so much. We often don't get to meet with you city council members, but we know we're working behind the scenes, and it has been really great working with your staff. So just really appreciate this opportunity to bring more affordable housing to the city of Hayward and preserve affordable housing in the unincorporated county. So as far as the commercial space, we haven't identified any commercial tenants as of yet. But RCD is unique in that we do have a community development department. And so what we've been doing in our recent developments is partnering with local nonprofits that are at risk of displacement. And so we are still working to identify, who those tenants may be. It's about 4,000 square feet that can be subdivided into 3 commercial spaces. We have been speaking with the Eden Community Land Trust as a potential tenant, we've offered to work with them to identify potential tenants, and that's kind of ongoing discussions with the Eden Community Land Trust.
Okay. The reason why I asked that is because, and I forget if, and I know we did this along the Mission Boulevard corridor. But can we include, omissions as to what type of retail go into this development, Madam City Manager?
Dictate what type of?
Yeah.
I would be really hesitant to do that, just given the retail market, and I think we want to create as much flexibility as possible. So I mean, I don't know, I don't think our economic development manager's on the call, but I think we want to create space that's flexible and not sort of limit what we're soliciting for those spaces.
For example, and let me just give you an example, like a liquor store or a tobacco store.
Yeah, well, yes, obviously, though, if I was like, I want a Chipotle versus a, Foot Locker, I'd like that. If there's specific uses that you would like to prohibit from going in there, absolutely, we can include those in the DDA.
Yeah, perfect, okay. And then, and so I will bring that up later when we return. But other than that, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, Councilmember Lamnon. Oh,
Yeah, thank you. So I just, 2 questions. One, first of all, thank you for all the work on this. And the open space, is it the case that HARD would take the property? They're not sure, or that the date was set for 2034 with the anticipation that that's when the market rate development was done? I just have a little more understanding of that.
So for Parcel Group 8, we're currently in partnership with HARD to do some additional geotechnical work, but we are actively engaging with HARD to transfer the land.
Okay, so is the anticipation that wouldn't happen until 2034, or that would be sooner?
I would anticipate it'd be in advance of 2034.
Okay, I could have sworn I saw that number on one of the materials. Maybe I misread. It's entirely possible. And then was there any feedback from the county about the project itself? I realize it's an SB 35 project, but just...
When we met with Supervisor Miley, there wasn't any specific feedback on the project or specific concerns that were raised, but most of the discussion focused around the tenant relocation plan.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
okay, thanks. Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to thank Monica Davis for her comprehensive work on this, your engagement with the community members, the tenants, and your outreach to Supervisor Nate Miley. Thank you for taking the time to do all that extensive work. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You pretty much answered all my questions. You said my favorite word in perpetuity, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the options for tenants. When they get to decide what option they want to pursue, help me understand. Those options have already been finalized. They've already been presented them, and then they have to go through this financial analysis to see what they qualify for. So just, if you could just summarize that process. I just want to make sure we're given ample time to tenants to understand what their options are and to make a decision.
Sure, I'll share with you, and then Nick can jump in and correct me if I miss any component of it. The tenants have had the opportunity to review these options. They will have an opportunity to review them again in April of 2024. Additionally, RCD will be working with the tenants to verify their income eligibility to be able to be in the affordable housing unit. And then they will opt to either be temporarily relocated or permanent relocated in July of 2024.
Okay.
That's oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to add, that's correct, Monica. So we do need to ensure that their incomes, meet the AMIs because we are using public subsidies. And, based on, we did like a kind of initial survey, and the majority do qualify. And then the other piece is just we do background checks. So we do background checks on all tenants prior to offering a unit. And so household, or I guess people who have felony histories or ongoing criminal activity going back 7 years, would disqualify them from a unit. So we just want to ensure the safety of our communities. And so we do that background check. So again, if they became ineligible because of either of those reasons, they would automatically be eligible for the 20,000 relocation payment.
Okay, so even if that is the case, if they have something in their background, they still qualify for assistance. It's just a different form.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then are there any tenants we have not been able to get in contact with?
So we've had kind of a mix. So we've had 3 community meetings now with the residents. And at every community meeting, we notice it in both English and Spanish. And then we have an interpreter that's available. Each community meeting has had a mix. Most challenging has been reaching the Spanish-speaking households. So this most recent round, we had our interpreter call the Spanish-speaking households to let them know what the community meeting was about. And then the day of, the interpreter also connected with them again in person. We are providing the materials in both languages, and our interpreter has been relaying, what was discussed at the meetings. But those 2 households have been kind of the most challenging to connect with. But we are doing our best to make outreach efforts with them. And I have had there's one of their sons. I have had contact with the son to kind of communicate things through him to the households as well.
Okay. And is all this communication being logged? Like someone's responsible for tracking and keeping, I guess, documentation of the attempts?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
We have all that documentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Yes, I just have one question, and I also want to just say ditto in regards to all the work that was done from Ms. Davis on this. 57 years, I think I've read, for the repayment. Is there a reason why that specific number? And can it be paid back sooner? Are there things we can do to adjust that? Because that's a very long time.
So I'll answer this, Monica, if that's okay. So we have a 57-year term. It's tied to the 55-year standard or the affordability term of an affordable housing project. So usually you want to align the repayment of the loan with the expiration of that term. In theory, the payments are based on residual receipts or cash flow. So if there's cash flow in the project, we get a percentage of that back. It's not likely we will get the loan fully repaid. In a typical affordable housing project, they will actually we will use our loans to extend the affordability terms over time as the project needs to recapitalize, to do improvements to the project. So you'll actually typically see that those terms get extended longer and longer to ensure the affordability period.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. The neighbors in this area, what were their thoughts about this?
I think we might have some of them here tonight, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think generally there was a lot of support. I think there are, the typical concerns around traffic and parking. I think we heard that there are some safety issues on Grove Way, that people drive pretty fast. And so that's something we heard. But otherwise we've heard kind of a lot of support. I think one thing that we heard is that because this is kind of this transition area between kind of urban wildlife, that to look for opportunities to preserve the natural elements. So we're preserving one of the on-site trees, and that's going to be in our courtyard. We are adding some parking. So one concern was that that because there's no commercial parking along Foothill Boulevard, where these potential commercial visitors going to be parking. And so we are we're adjusting the curb on Grove Way and adding between 4 and 6 parking spaces, as well as a loading area. And then I think the other piece is just celebrating kind of the natural history, as well as kind of looking for ways to celebrate the history of the native peoples. And so we're I think we're excited for the opportunity to explore potential interpretive elements to connect. We are part of Parcel Group 8, and there is also the park and Foothill Trail. So doing things like murals, doing things like wayfinding and things like that, where we can kind of create these connections, throughout this this parcel group.
Okay, and then the next question is for Ms. Morales, just on housing. I think a lot of people in the past were talking a lot about a community land trust in this area. Can you elaborate a little bit as to the discussion and where it landed?
I think I might actually defer to Nick again. So they were working with the Community Land Trust in terms of the project, and they explored several options with them. And I think Nick did reference using that commercial space in conjunction with them. We were also exploring ways to support them in terms of developing their capacity as an organization to take on such projects, but have not received a formal request for such funding to be able to provide to them. Nick, I was wondering if you wanted to elaborate on some of the discussions you had with them.
Yeah, we've met with the Eden Community Land Trust 5 times over the course of the last, I think, 1 to 2 years. Ultimately, I think the city had 3 options that we analyzed as part of our ENA. One was, that the Community Land Trust would take over stewardship of the Bridgecore. One was that RCD would and incorporate as part of our project, finance it as part of our project. And the third was basically to demolish the improvements and do new construction. Ultimately, the most financially feasible was for RCD basically to finance the rehab, the relocation costs, all of that as part of the project, because we can leverage public funding sources, tax credits, and that we can also include the improvements, basically include them as part of the tax credit calculation. So we're leveraging additional funding from our investors through this process. I think there was about a $3 to $4 million funding gap that the city would have had to fill, or the Eden Community Land Trust would have had to fill from some other source if they were going to implement themselves. As far as the ongoing partnership, so again, we met with them 5 times. I think the last time we met with them was in August. We've prepared kind of some proposed roles for them, which include, I think it was assisting with community organizing, building relations with the Bridgecore tenants, developing homeownership education materials, and then exploring options for, again, I think I mentioned this earlier, exploring options for them to participate in the project as a tenant, and or assisting RCD in identifying a potential tenant. As of August, we haven't heard from them, and so it's not clear what their current interest is in pursuing kind of a more formal relationship. I think the next step would be to prepare a memorandum of understanding, basically, in what their roles would be, and kind of codifying those, as well as what our roles will be in the project. But again, we haven't heard since August of last year from them as far as what their interest is in moving forward. Okay.
And then as far as the current tenants versus, the to-be, do we have a rough estimate of what those numbers look like? Who's able to stay? Who's going to potentially have to find another location? Have we run those numbers? Have we done any of that? Or this is just a, preliminary, if you will?
Yeah, so when I did my survey, I didn't have 100% participation. Basically, I was calling and asking, about their incomes. At that time, there was one household that was potentially over income, but it's not clear at this time, what that status is for that tenant. But we did have a couple households not participate as well. So, I think what we can do is we work with a relocation consultant, and we can work with them to kind of do kind of a more formal interview, and we can kind of identify more clearly if that's something that the city is interested in.
Definitely. One, I think that's important. I personally am going to reference Leisure Terrace as one of the big complaints I have. And just making sure that, you know, as we are kind of working on these projects and making sure that housing affordability is there, that we have clear numbers. What is the impact if we were to move forward? What does that look like for those tenants? And just have real data behind it, right? So I think that that's very important to me. It has been. And then Ms. Morales, in regards to everything that we have been doing with the parcel groups, can you talk a little bit about the affordable housing piece of it, and you know what the city has pretty much engaged with thus far, and then with this project, what does that look like in moving forward?
So let's see, I am trying to do a back of the envelope because you want to know like in total what the affordable housing impact is.
There's I could tell you there's about 27% of the identified units are anticipated to be affordable out of the 238 projects.
Okay, and that went down a little bit from our 30%, right?
And part of that is just because parcel group 6 is on pause. And so there's some fluctuation in that percentage, but perhaps there will, when we move forward with that development, then see a bump again.
Okay, perfect. I'll leave my comments, but again, I do appreciate it. I appreciate you guys, you know, really prioritizing the tenant efforts and just the relocation assistance, which is genuinely stems from the Leisure Terrace issue. So I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I have some concerns about the deal with Caltrans and whether we are actually, if we're basically giving this property for a sale price of $0 to build the affordable housing, which I know we want to do, and then the market rate comes later. There's no discussion in the staff report about the price or whether there's any kind of agreement on that, on definitely moving forward with that and receiving the amount of money, whatever it is, that an amount of money that would allow us to, you know, to actually purchase the entire property from Caltrans. So, and you know, we know the state can be very capricious in how it looks at these things. So I really do, you know, worry about whether we are taking action by dividing this whole thing, you know, if we are putting ourselves at risk for being able to actually pay Caltrans for this property ultimately.
So with all due respect, Mayor, the strategy in approaching Parcel Group 8 in this subdivided manner is to maximize our purchase price on the market rate middle piece. Otherwise, so a couple components. One is we worked with Caltrans to allow for us to sell each segment in separate components without having to pay the full purchase price until that market rate development occurs. And so the idea that we could have the affordable housing component be completed and the park piece requirement count towards the requirements for the market rate, that means that a developer who's going to come in can put 100 units of market rate units, not have to give the city additional funds for the affordable housing fees or the park and lieu fees, which the council memorialized in a resolution. And therefore, all the money that the city is giving is going to be maximizing that market rate purchase price. And so we'll be able to enhance what we're paying to Caltrans because the market rate developer isn't also then going to have to come up with the funding for the affordable housing compliance and the park and lieu fees.
Well, I understand that, but you know,
I think your question is what sort of documentation do we have? And so there's a couple elements, and Monica and Ms. Davis and I had talked about this earlier. The council adopted a resolution in response to HCD's request to document the arrangement and which parcel groups we are grouping together in terms of meeting the affordable housing requirements under the Surplus Lands Act. So that has been documented, and then the purchase and sale agreement with Caltrans has been updated as well to document those elements. So we believe we have legal documentation that supports all of those.
But we don't necessarily have an agreement with a developer for the market rate housing yet.
Correct, that is correct.
And, we are entering into what looks, I don't know that it will be as bad as, hopefully it won't be, the 2009 recession, but, there's some volatility in the financial markets right now. So what is the deadline with Caltrans for?
It is January of 2027.
27. That should give us time, but yeah, I can probably support this because I think we're going to get things, but I really do worry about that aspect of it, whether we're putting ourselves out there without having a definite, agreement on the market rate project. But with that, I don't see, did you have a question? No, Oh. All right. Okay. With that, though, I don't see any other council questions at the moment. So I'm going to open public comment on this item. And I know that we have some people wanting to make comments. So I guess we will actually, we have some here, I think, and some on Zoom. I'm going to let I guess we'll go to the speaker list on here with Lillian Adams. Is she on Zoom?
She's in the council chambers, Mayor.
Lillian Adams, are you here? Oh, well, come forward then.
I'm going to be joining Lillian, I'm her sister. That's all right?
Okay. And yeah, it's on, the mic is on, so go ahead.
Okay. The questions that I have are, can you give me an estimate of the total number of people, or, a general idea of how many people will be accommodated at this parcel construction? You say it's 94 parcels. What's the expected count of people that will be living in the unit, or the range of people?
Staff, would you like to answer that? Sorry. The number of people?
Mayor, I would suggest maybe we let the public comment go, and then we can take note of the questions and answer it at the end.
All right.
Oh, that's a
yeah,
good
that's
idea.
true. We need to just have your comments,
Okay,
and then
very
we will.
good. And where will I be able to find the comments answered?
We'll respond at the end of all of the public comments. So once you
Okay,
finish,
all right,
once you
yeah,
finish
okay.
talking, then we'll
So
respond.
along with that then, what's the number of parking places available for or being constructed for the people? Where's the primary, number 3, the primary funneling of traffic off the parcel into, is it going to be primarily Foothill or Grove Way or some other option? Also, related to that is there's Gary Drive above the parcel, which is kind of blocked off at this point. Is it expected that will become a route for transit of people who live in that facility? Okay. Is there expected changes in the roadway? At this point right now, Foothill Boulevard is very congested. I would like to know that, if there's any kind of, how that will be managed. Is there any plan in place? Because that's a big question. And then because of the type of agreement you have going on here, there's the exemption of the California Environmental Quality Act. How did that affect the building of this facility? What kind of oversight would the city of Hayward have on health and safety issues because of the California Environmental Quality Act being exempted? And Lillian, do you have some
I'm sorry, can you tell me what your name was?
Sally Lum. I'm Lillian's sister.
I'm
Okay.
a sister. We grew up in that neighborhood. We are worried about the earthquake impact because I went to Hayward High School in the old days, and that was a big, big concern for Hayward High School that we were going to have a huge earthquake. At that time, the walls were falling in, ceilings were coming down right at Hayward High School, and that is very close to this property. The old Hayward High School with the football team that we had the lights, we fought to get the lights for many years. And it was a big concern at our school about this earthquake at any minute coming. I was only in 9th grade, 10th grade, but we were sure the whole building was going to collapse on us. This was talked about in the school a lot, the earthquake problem at Hayward High School, which is really part of that property. So that was one of my questions.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to try to get these questions answered. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Is there something else?
Well, Grove Way, I go up that street all the time. It's very congested. And we have traffic jam there all the time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your
Okay,
comments.
thank you.
I think we'll go through the other commenters, and then we can come back, and if staff has any answers to questions that were raised, they can bring them back. And the other option is to get in touch with the speakers later. But so we'll go to Ann Maris now. I think she's on Zoom. Is that correct?
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item. My name is Ann Maris. I'm a biochemist and teacher and do a lot of community volunteer work. I grew up in Hayward schools and live in Castro Valley across the street from this project. I think this DDA resolution should be put off until a better job is done analyzing the impacts and benefits of this project. RCD Housing is receiving all of this real estate for free and then using taxpayer money to build housing. This real estate is part Hayward and part Castro Valley. But the main thing I notice is that the approved project plans only include the Hayward portion. The current tenants all live on the county portion, which is part of the Castro Valley General Plan and county housing element. Where is the project plan for the county portion where the tenants currently live? The staff report only discusses Hayward's housing element, not the county's. Only jobs, housing, and infrastructure in Hayward are discussed. Our neighborhood lacks infrastructure. EBMUD said there's not enough water for the project. Our last school was just closed. The 52-201 summary report and the 52-200.2 analysis are vague and incomplete because the staff report does not consider impacts and compliance on the county portion. The CEQA exemption is flawed. This DDA makes decisions that will have long-lasting impacts on both Hayward and Castro Valley residents and should be more carefully considered. The existing tenants need protection, and I think this DDA leaves them vulnerable with no guarantees and just drug along. They are long-term tenants and good neighbors. We need more specifics about what is happening, and the tenants need more than just vague reassurances. The report just says the project will increase vibrancy, quote unquote, but does not provide specific neighborhood benefits or safety considerations. All of the project's traffic for 100 new households and 3,900 square feet of new commercial space will enter off of Grove Way. Why won't the existing driveways on Foothill Boulevard be used? Why put all the traffic burden onto Grove Way? Community amenities like the trail, safety, and traffic concerns are left for later. Public participation has been insufficient. Neighbors need better transparency and accountability about this project. I urge you to work more before approving the DDA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Diane Dunn.
Hi, thank you very much. I had a question about the project description. It says there's 96 deed restricted rental units. but the very low income and the low income units only totaled to 95. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I actually live along parcel group 8 in the Carlos B. Park expansion segment. And my question is will there be fencing and who will be funding that and who will be designing that? That's really my question tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Ida Alvarez.
Hello, my name is Ida Alvarez and I'm a current Bridgecourt tenant, and I wanted to express my gratitude first to Monica Davis and also to Nick Cranmer with RCD. But just upon listening to the presentation, I just really was concerned about why it's not specifying that you guys are going to temporarily relocate the tenants, but why is it not specified that you're going to position us back in the existing units that are rehabited? And I wanted to just make sure that it's definitely in the proposal and that it's approved. And that was just the main thing that I wanted to bring up. And also I was just a little confused about why it's mentioned as relocation services when it's a temporary relocation, or what would happen if the project does take longer, or if the existing tenants can't come back. So that's just something that's up in the air. And I know I've talked to Nick and Monica about this, but I just wanted to make sure that that is something that you guys are clarifying more in detail moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other requests by members of the public to speak on this item. Is there anyone here or not seeing any? Yes, actually, I think we just had another one. Carter?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So I understand most of the public, including myself, are ignorant to many of the mechanics of this Caltrans transaction concerning the county and the city of Hayward. But I would like someone to explain to me how developments of this sort will enrich in our community when I've spent my entire life here, 47 years, witnessing differently. If the folks that are in favor of this project are ready to concede profits are a priority over the future life quality of current residents, then I would have nothing more to say. We moved on to Gary Drive when it was a safe cul-de-sac to raise children. The traffic is now crazy dangerous and obviously about to decline and become even further unsafe.
Mr. Carter, could you try to speak up a little? It's difficult to hear you.
Sure. For the prices this land was secured at by government agency through law, I deeply believe the community deserves further consideration and benefit than plans being introduced. I couldn't imagine anyone wanting this being built next to where they're raising kids. And that's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
With that, we now actually also now have another speaker, Tom Ferreira.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, Hayward City Council and Mayor. My name is Tom Ferreira. I'm a Hayward City Council candidate and a member of the Hayward Concerned Citizens Group. I'm talking to you tonight about affordable housing for our Hayward residents. This Caltrans parcel number 8, slated for affordable housing, is a good starting point for our city, but we still need to do a lot more for our residents. As the city, we need to grow from within, not just be a way station for Silicon Valley residents that want to come and live here. Over the past couple of decades, we built thousands and thousands of condos and townhomes throughout the city. We lost 4 movie theaters, 2 bowling alleys, skating rink, and now some of our local businesses are now closing that we've had for many years. We need to focus on our current residents again, much more than we are. We need to think about our Hayward residents and the future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Albert Lopez.
Thank you. Hi, Albert Lopez, Planning Director for the County of Alameda. Glad to finally see the project take shape, and just want to let you know that we're listening in, and if there's anything that you need from the county, Monica does know how to get a hold of us. So I just want to let you know that we're here and that we're happy to answer any questions that you might have for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone else who would like to make a public comment, either here in the room or on, please. Okay, with that, I am not seeing any other hands raised, so I'm going to close public comment on this item. And I'll give the staff, I'll turn to staff too, if you have any comments to make in response to any of the comments or questions that were raised before we go to council for comments and motions.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, if you'd like to share the anticipated capacity of the 96 units of the new development and the 11 units of rehabilitated units, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I'll do my best to kind of, at least for the first couple folks. I think I took notes, so I'll try to touch upon everything. But Monica, feel free also to jump in. So based on the unit mix, we're estimating that between the two properties will house 188 residents. There are 61 parking spaces on the city parcel. And then right now we're going through a planning process on the Bridgecourt parcel with our architect to determine how many parking spaces we'll be able to provide there. But I'm estimating there's probably between 10 and 15 on that parcel. And then we are adding, as I mentioned, 4 to 5 on-street parking spaces along Grove Way. I mentioned the roadway improvements. So we are, again, providing basically some bulb outs along Grove Way to provide an area for loading, for trash, and again, for the parking. But those are the only roadway improvements. Again, because this is a ministerial approval, it's exempt from CEQA and the streamlining. As far as the earthquake concerns, all of our new construction projects meet building code, and so we'll ensure, that should mitigate any concerns, related to earthquake impacts. Yeah. I don't know, Monica, was there anything that I missed from?
The only other addition was just appropriately addressing Ida's concern.
Oh, yeah.
I do want to very clearly articulate that the existing tenants who qualify would be able to return to the rehabilitated unit, but also alternatively could have the option of moving into one of the new units instead.
Correct. So again, yeah, the language used around this is very technical. It is technically a relocation plan, but the intent is that this is how we are ensuring that residents are being offered and have a path to return to their units. So again, residents will have an option to return to the unit that they currently occupy, or will be offered a unit within the new construction project. We do have to ensure that the occupancy is consistent with our funding sources. So, for studios and 1-bedrooms, people between 1 and 3 people can live. 2 bedrooms require a minimum of 2 persons. 3 bedrooms require a minimum of 4 persons. And so for those tenants that are currently single people living in a 2-bedroom unit, we will provide the same square footage, but we may have to make adjustments to the unit so that their second bedroom technically is not a second bedroom by removing something like the closet. So, Monica? What else was there from Ida's?
I believe that covered everything. If you wanted to also share that those 3 units that are going, that have single individuals, the existing tenants who have single individuals would be moved down from a 2-bedroom to a 1-bedroom, would, if eligible, also be receiving a one-time payment of $2,500.
Correct. Yeah, and that was in response to feedback from City Council. So we're happy to provide that. And that's based again on, if those tenants who maybe potentially lose some storage, it's the equivalent of 2 years of renting a storage unit. That's like $100 a month. That's basically how we derived it.
Okay. Is that pretty much it, Monica? Do you think that you didn't have anything to add? Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back to council for comments and hopefully a motion. I don't see that any council members wish to talk, so clarifying question, Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you. So I want to go back to the timeline of development of the units. Was it correct where the housing element is only going to be built on the Hayward side, or is housing going to be built both on the Hayward and on the county side?
The housing is going to be built on both components. The city side is 96 new units, and on the county, that's where our existing tenants are. And so at least 11 units will be rehabilitated.
How many units are there in total?
107?
Oh, yeah, there are 107. Oh, and there was the one question that it didn't add up to 96, even though there's 96 units. That's because one of the units is allowed to be a manager's unit.
Okay, yeah, but I'm talking about so in total it's 96. Is that so? Does
And
the 96?
11 existing, and that doesn't count what will go on the market rate.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking about the market rate
Okay.
right now. I'm only asking. So the new units. How many new units are there?
96.
96, and then how many are being rehabilitated?
At least 11.
11 more.
Mm-hmm.
So 96 plus 11 is 107
Seven.
in total. So developments. Housing will be rehabilitated even on the county side. I just want to be sure of that. Correct?
Correct. The rehabilitated units are on the county side.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. The other question I just want to clarify, the folks who live currently in the units, of course they live in Hayward, and no.
They are county residents.
Yeah, they're county residents.
So the county residents, yes, yeah, because the Hayward side isn't built yet, right?
Right.
Yeah, correct. All right. So they're county residents, and so that's those 11 people are the ones that we are relocating, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we own the property, or
Yeah,
we have, control the
exactly.
property through the deal with Caltrans, because.
And when they move back, so I want to affirm Ida, and I know we've been talking about this, Ida's comment, so she is affirming that those who relocate can return. That's the question, correct?
Yes, if the tenant is eligible
Yes.
to participate, be in an affordable housing unit, they will be eligible to return to the rehabilitated unit or one of the new units.
Yes, or option B.
Or if they choose, even if they're eligible to seek the $20,000 relocation
Yeah.
assistance, they're welcome to do that.
I asked that question because I want to be clear. We are putting priority on the people that live there, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was my point. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll wait till see if anyone has any other questions.
Okay, I don't see anyone else who wants to speak here, so Councilmember Andrews. Thank you.
I wanted to know if Mr. Lopez wanted to respond to any of the comments that Ms. Ann Maris made about interactions with the county and just there was a lot of questions that were raised in her comments, and just wanted to see if he had a response to that.
I think he did address that, didn't he?
Did he? I don't remember hearing everything. I heard something from Nick, but I wanted to see. I'm Mr. Cranmer, but I wanted to hear what Mr. Lopez.
Oh, yeah, okay. Mr. Lopez?
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So most of the items that I heard Ann Maris mention, I think, were related to CEQA, and the process that is being undertaken here is that the city is the lead agency for the project, and we're like a responsible agency. I believe we commented way back when on the CEQA document. And so I don't know that there's much I can really add to it. No, I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. So the exemption that was being planned, I mean, that's a process that we would have gone through as well on a project like this, in terms of taking advantage of some of the new state law around housing. So, I don't really have a response to Ann Maris necessarily, but it sounded like most of her concerns were CEQA related and the exemption that was being pursued. And, it sounds like a reasonable approach to me as, your neighbor in the county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So apparently the council does not wish to move this forward because I am not. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
All right, I will help, or try to. I do have one question. There's a commercial or former commercial property that's adjacent to this. That's not, is that part of the parcel? No, it's not. Okay.
The Antiques building?
Right.
That is a part of the parcel.
Okay. So what is the plan for that?
I believe that.
So yeah, we were actually just discussing this today with our architects. And so, I think we have two options. I think one option in order to preserve the street frontage is that there are two existing residential units on top that are currently unoccupied. So we would add 2 ground floor residential units, 2 to 3 ground floor residential units, and potentially we would demo that build. So in option 1, we would add more units in the commercial building, retain it, and demo the building behind it. In option 2, we would retain the building behind it and demo the commercial building. But that's something that we're still working through. But as far as being a commercial use, it would no longer be a commercial use. It would be residential units if we were to retain it.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So I think to Dr. Maris's points, the desire has been for a cohesive plan. At least that's one of the things I've heard from the neighborhood. I think one of the ways to, unfortunately, our cities and county and Caltrans and all of that makes that hard. But I think to the extent that there was real vision about, that's the whole point of controlling the 238 parcels, was to try and have some vision and plan. And I know staff has worked really hard to do that, at least on this part of the property. How that interfaces with Ruby Meadow or other projects, that's out of our sphere. But to the extent that there is real thoughtfulness in incorporating a lot of what was heard early in conversations, I think this project does that well. I think, so to that end, I'm willing to move the DDA. The project itself, the 96 units, that's already been approved, so that's not actually on the table tonight. Although I would ask if are there conditions of approval that went with that project for its ministerial approval, like they would for any project? I'm just looking at you because you're the staff member.
It's a standard
project?
conditions of approval.
There are.
Just the standard conditions of approval that went forward.
Okay, great. So, and those would be available somewhere. I mean, we didn't see them on council because this was administratively approved per the law. I'm just
Correct.
wondering if there's a place that people could see them, because some of those answer some of the questions about the traffic and how the things
We
laid
can
out.
probably, if they're not already, if the project application and the conditions of approval aren't posted on the city's 238 project page, we can put them there. So if they're not, but I'm assuming they may already be there, given Monica's efficiency, but we will get them up shortly.
I can put them up. They're not currently there.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Monica. Okay, so then the last thing, and that we'll talk to some of the transit band and so on. Anyway, the last thing is I heard Councilmember Salinas earlier concern about, and I know you've expressed this before, about what retail types go in there. So with my motion, I'm open to an idea of what should, I concur that tobacco and alcohol are not great uses of that space. I'd love to see if there are tenants who would like to have that space, that have commercial enterprises. That seems like a great use. That's not really a motion part, it's just a commentary. I appreciate the recognition of Native peoples and certainly hope that RCD is working with the Mwakma tribe, and if not, then please do so. And with that, I will stop talking and see if there's a second to moving this forward.
There's a second, I believe, from Councilmember Salinas. And your motion is for the staff recommendation, which is basically authorizing approving the summary report and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute the disposition, development, and loan agreement.
Thank you.
For the transfer of specified properties and for the development of and finding that the project is consistent with prior California Environmental Quality Act determinations. That is the motion, yes. Okay. And we haven't really added anything into that. And that is the second. Okay, does everybody understand?
Go ahead.
And would you like to comment?
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember Salinas.
Okay. So I seconded it, and we knew walking into this that this was going to be a very, very complicated, small little parcel, and or parcel, and we have over the years. I know we have heard from several people in the neighborhood, not in the neighborhood, around the neighborhood. People from other cities who were concerned about the neighborhood, and the central theme that we have been advocated for has been affordable housing. Period. And in fact, I think we have received a lot of pushback. When we say it this way, even when we even identified the place as potential for housing, we got pushed back because people didn't want market rate housing. Even when we didn't even when it was just in conceptual phase. And so, but here we have a project where it's an affordable housing project for medium and low income and very low, and it sounds like a good project for this, for this particular slice of the parcels. But I do have one amendment that I want to include, and I appreciate Councilmember Lamden for bringing this up again. I do want to have exclusions in retail that goes into that building, or at least in the commercial element. I'd like to exclude, have the similar exclusions that we have along the 238 Mission Boulevard corridor. That is liquor stores, tobacco outlets, and predatory check cashing outlets. And if the motioner will accept those three, I will proceed with supporting this.
I'm happy to accept that.
Okay, yes. Anyone need clarity on what he just offered there? I hope you could all hear that. Okay. So the maker of the motion has agreed to, and obviously the seconder to that. Anyone else who would like to comment? Before we vote, I will say that, echo some of the comments that were made about, thanking staff for working through this. I'm sorry, why don't you go ahead? Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. Just real quick, is there any safety net just to make sure that if, let's say, there is a number of complaints or anything like that, or, as sometimes we move forward and things didn't necessarily go as planned, that there's any safety nets or safety mechanisms that we have in place as the city on this particular project?
Safety nets along the lines of?
So for Ms. Morales, for example, if we have multiple complaints of people feeling that they meet certain thresholds and are rejected in any capacity, are there any safety mechanisms there? Is there any guarantee there? Because the whole point of this is obviously we don't want to displace people, and we actually want to create more housing that is affordable to a larger amount of people. So I just want to see, do we have any safety nets for them?
Yeah, so as part of providing loan funds to a project, we do require that they provide a marketing and management plan, and all that will articulate what the expectations are for marketing, for screening eligibility, tenant screening for eligibility, grievance policies. So all of those things will be reviewed with the developer. And in compliance with any requirements we have under our affordable housing ordinance. So we do review those documents, and then what they do is they establish the framework. If there are complaints or any issues that arise, they would be able to participate in the grievance policy that was established. And so that's the best way to kind of proactively avoid the problems, is to have a clear policy in place, so that everyone understands what the rules are and the requirements.
Okay, perfect. And then, let's say we find that, some folks are not as willing to solve a problem that or a grievance. Is there any mechanism that the city has that can kind of push this?
The ultimate authority we have in our regulatory agreement is if the property management company is not fulfilling their obligations under our regulatory agreement, that we do have the ability to replace the management agent. So that's after going through all of our options of trying to resolve the problems, which are also stipulated in our regulatory agreement. But as the last resort, that's the authority that the city has if it can't resolve the issue. In this case, we're not talking about minor disputes between, the tenant and the property owner, but we're talking about really egregious problems in the development. But we would have that authority.
Okay, and then as far as the complaints and concerns around traffic, and parking and so forth, what, the residents didn't seem too pleased with what has been offered up thus far. Is there any ability to kind of add to that?
I would see if Nick has any comments on that. I know that that's been evaluated, the point of egress, but I don't know if there were any resolution. But just looking at the development and feeding the development onto Foothill, where you have a lot of the traffic, I think that is equally problematic. And I'm assuming that the developer has done a lot of study in what the best point of egress is and access. Nick, did you have any follow-up on that?
Yeah, I guess a couple items. One, we are providing less than one-to-one parking. So we have 96 units, 61 parking spaces. So that's one way we're able to kind of mitigate some of the traffic impacts, although we understand that there is new traffic. Two, one of the funding sources that we use is the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Program, which brings funding for both housing as well as transportation improvements. And as part of that program, we can apply for funds for transit passes. And so when we are using that source here on this project, and when we apply, we always apply for funding for those transit passes. So that's another way to get people out of their cars, on the buses, and mitigate those traffic impacts. The other piece that we're committed to look at is also car share. So that's another way where, because we're providing less than one-to-one parking, at least folks would still have access to a car, and a way to kind of, again, mitigate those traffic impacts because we are providing one-to-one parking.
So I just want to be clear. Has there been an inventory of the current residents and how much parking that they utilize currently?
So my understanding is they each use one parking space. So each household has one vehicle, is my understanding.
Okay, so I am a little worried about this just because when we've seen other projects with zero parking or very limited parking or less than one, to your point, this is not really a true metro area that, public transit works for us, right? Especially as we are moving in lower income individuals who still commute to different areas for work, or even if it were to be seniors that are, let's say, less mobile, but they still are mobile, it is a little bit problematic, and the impact in other neighbors, where they, let's say, park their car because they don't actually have a parking space. I am concerned about that, and I do raise that as a red flag right here because we've seen it happen in previous projects.
So the concern is not having enough off-street parking, because that is something that we are looking at. So there is like an old kind of garage space on Bridgecourt that we can add more parking spaces there. And then we will be demoing one of the buildings, which will also provide for more parking.
Okay, and I know parking is expensive, obviously, but it is very much needed. Also, if we are developing anything that is for, whether it's a little grocery store or some type of cafe or anything like that, that attracts anybody, including residents there already, I think that that's going to also put some pressure on parking and transit and so forth. So I do just want to highlight that. And that area is a little bit hard already to park on. If you're driving along some of the main streets there, people kind of come in to park in these, side streets, if you will. So I think that is still going to add a little bit more pressure and potentially cause tension with some of the neighbors as well. So I do just want to highlight that as much as possible because that's a huge red flag. And then, of course, I'm very much interested in everything being built in a very environmentally friendly area. There is some wildlife and just making sure that we preserve some of the habitats there. I think that's incredibly important for me as well as the neighbors. And then I did want to ask our city manager, has there been any conversation? I know that, you and I have chatted a little bit in the past about the Ohlone tribes there and potentially granting some land. Has there been any movement there or are we highlighting any other?
Councilmember Wahab, do you have a lot more questions that you didn't ask when we had the question period?
This is the only one, and it's to our city manager.
We have not had a conversation with the Ohlone tribes in a little while, so I would follow up and we can figure out. They've kind of.
As long as you don't care.
Yeah, we can follow up and. Sorry, there's.
Mr. Lopez, are you?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Albert, I think you're unmuted if you want to try and mute yourself.
Oh, yeah, just unsolicited comment. Sorry.
Was he not?
Miriam, can you mute him?
All right, go ahead. And
Sorry, yeah, we can follow up, but we haven't had any recent conversations with them.
Was it this parcel or was it another one that we were trying to identify?
It was not this parcel.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff again and to all the public commenters. I do feel that this is our best path forward with state law. Obviously, we have to comply with that. And I think we have been engaging the community. And the thing that I'm most impressed with is this is a complex issue. Not all of the land is within our jurisdiction, but there has been a lot of collaboration and outreach to our county partners, specifically County Supervisor Nate Miley. So I do appreciate staff for completing those efforts, and ultimately the fact that there are multiple options available to the tenants. It's not restricted. That that is the thing that I am most pleased with. And it's on the record tonight that we're going to do whatever we possibly can to accommodate those requests and also provide flexibility and options. And I think that is the best possible scenario we can ask for this situation, and ultimately bring more affordable housing to our community, which we all know we desperately need. So I am happy to support the motion with the amendments, and thank you everyone for your comments and great work on this.
Does anyone else have anything before I will also support the motion, reiterating the concerns I have, but I guess we just have to have faith that that market rate housing will go forward, and we will not have to come up with the money to pay for this property. And I point out to everybody that we are increasingly limited in what we can do, what we can require. This property, the development has already been approved administratively because of state law, not because of anything we have done as a city, but because we are obligated under state law to approve, certain developments that move the state's housing goals forward. And so that's the situation we find ourselves in. And I would echo Councilmember Marquez's comments about, I think staff worked really hard, and the community, the neighbors gave a lot of input early on. I think as much of that as possible was considered, and it is time to move forward. The project has actually been approved. We have to now go forward and do our part by approving this dedicated development agreement. And with that, I will ask Madam City Clerk to please call the roll on the motion made by Councilmember Lamnin, seconded by Councilmember Salinas, with the amendment regarding adding exclusions for the retail property similar to those that we have along the 238 corridor that we had imposed earlier along the 238 corridor. Specifically, I think he mentioned liquor stores, tobacco shops, and predatory check cashing. With that, do you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
I continue to find a path forward on parking. I do agree it's an issue.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño absent. And Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 6 aye votes and 1 member absent. And with that, I have a request from a council member to take a 5-minute break, and I apologize to those of you who may be here for a future item, but we will be right back within 5 minutes, everybody, okay? Thank you. Do we have all our members back on Zoom? I see, yes. Okay, we're going to reconvene and move on to item number 15. I'm sorry, that was number 15. Move on to item number 16 on our agenda, which is the new solid waste and recycling franchise agreement. We are being asked to approve a new franchise agreement and new refuse, recycling, and organic services rates. And we will, this is the introduction of the ordinance, and we will hear from our Public Works Director, Mr. Ameri.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. WMAC has been providing solid waste services to the city for over 7 decades. The company and TriSet have been providing recycling services to the city since the inception of the city's recycling program in early 1990s. WMAC has also been providing organics and food waste collection and processing services since the inceptions of those programs. As will be discussed in the staff presentation, the city's existing franchise agreement is currently on a council-approved 1-year extension. As approved by council, city staff and WMAC have been negotiating a 10-year extension of the services for a new 10-year franchise. Although there are a couple of issues not yet fully resolved, we have just concluded the bulk of the negotiations, and staff is here this evening to present the key features of the new franchise and request council approval. I should note that the new franchise is an incremental change over the existing one. Services continue to be provided, will continue to be provided by WMAC and TriSet basically as they are currently. There will be some modest enhancements and some other changes to existing services. The biggest changes are related to the implementation of the draconian SB 1383, which is currently state law. Jeff Crump, the city's solid waste program manager, will be making the virtual presentation. Environmental Services Manager Eric Pearson, who has been instrumental in working on and resolving many of the financial and operational issues of discussion, is also online, although he is technically on vacation. Our negotiating partners, Mr. Brad Sia, Area Director, Public Sector for Waste Management, and Ms. Virginia Harrington, Public Sector Solutions Manager, and other staff from Waste Management are also here. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff to start the presentation. Jeff?
Okay, I'm going to share my screen here. And get this on. There, that should do it. Does that look okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yes.
So I'm going to present for council's consideration for approval a new franchise agreement between the city and Waste Management of Alameda County to provide solid waste, recycling, and organic services to Hayward. Throughout negotiations, we've concentrated on refining and improving the current contract rather than starting from scratch. And Waste Management and their subcontractor TriSet, as Alex had mentioned, have provided these services to the city for decades. And the current contract started in March of 2015, and it was due to expire in March of 2022. But in January, on January 18th of this year, council approved extending that contract so that it'll now expire in March of 2023. And it still has 2 more options to extend by 12-month periods. This slide shows the negotiations background. We started negotiating in June of 2020, so we've been negotiating for 2 years. And in that time, we've updated this council sustainability committee 6 times, and we've come back to council 4 times to extend the exclusive negotiating period. The last time it was extended was in January of 2022, and it's been extended to June 30th of 2022. So it's good that we've concluded negotiations. Some of the key terms of the agreement are that it would take effect March 1st, 2023. It'd be a 10-year term, and it would have 3 options to extend, similar to how the current contract has these years to extend. On the rate year 5, there'd be a cost-based rate review, and that's essentially a checkup to make sure that Hayward residents aren't paying too high of a rate, but also it protects Waste Management to make sure that they're making a fair return on their investment. And every other year through the contract, the rate adjustment would be based on CPI, which is how the current contract is set up as well. Some of the elements that have been agreed upon include SB 1383 requirements. SB 1383 is the most extensive recycling law in California in 30 years. And it has several requirements, one of which is that all carts throughout the state need to be standardized colors, with trash being gray or black, organics being green, and recycling being blue. Unfortunately for Hayward, we have burgundy for trash currently and gray for recycling, so we need to replace those carts. And we'd receive brand new carts at the beginning of the contract to match the state's requirements. There's extensive reporting requirements, and Waste Management would help us get that to the state. There needs to be monitoring for contamination, and Waste Management will help with that. Education and outreach, there's extensive annual education needs, and the franchise agreement will cover helping out with that requirement. And there's also requirements for procuring organic material, mainly compost and mulch. And we've worked out assisting the city with those requirements as well into the franchise agreement. Other elements that are tentatively agreed upon include increasing the number of public litter cans around Hayward. We are going to put 100 new Big Belly style cans in Hayward at 25 per year for the first 4 years of the contract. There's also increased liquidated damages for the cans not being serviced by their required schedule. Illegal dumping collections, we're doubling the amount that Waste Management will do per week from 6 to 12. And we're allowing there to be surcharges for overages and contamination. And for the overages, the lid of the bin or the cart would have to be ajar by 12 inches for there to be a surcharge. And we think this could help the city by reducing litter so that material doesn't fall out of the container as it's being dumped into the truck, and the wind has less of a chance of blowing it out of the containers. For contamination, SB 1383 requires a surcharge, and it can also help the city by reducing the amount of waste sent to landfill. And these charges are meant to change behavior, not to make money. This slide here shows what the surcharges would be. And contamination is on the left, the overage on the right, and there's different charges for carts and bins. In each different charge, there's 2 warnings before any surcharge would be applied. And then annually, if there's been no incidences for a year, there's a restart and you get 2 warnings again. For carts, you'd get 2 warnings for contamination, and then the charge would be $25. For bins, there would be 2 warnings, and then the charge would be $75. For overages, for carts, 2 warnings, and a $10 charge. And for bins, 2 warnings, and then a $75 charge. Some other elements that we've agreed upon. The city really wanted to get an electric fleet to collect the garbage, but Waste Management made it clear that the technology isn't quite there yet. But Waste Management and TriSet did both agree to acquire light-duty vehicles, mainly a pickup and a flatbed. Waste Management agreed to reconsider getting some electric trucks throughout the course of the contract should the technology become more feasible. Public education and outreach. Waste Management is going to continue to provide dedicated outreach staff to Hayward. We've got new diversion goals. The diversion goals in the current contract were very ambitious and proved unattainable. So we've worked with Waste Management to set goals that are challenging but still reachable. We've also removed a surcharge that was applied to multifamily dwellings that had bins. Every multifamily dwelling pays a per unit fee as a recycling charge, but we had another surcharge, a small one, but for bins, and we've removed that, trying to keep equity in mind. Another item that's not on this slide that it was pointed out to me that's in the staff report is we'd agreed with Waste Management to include a element where if there was a drastic change in the value of recyclables, Waste Management could come and ask for a rate increase. But if there was a drastic, if it was drastically dropped, they could request a rate increase. If it drastically went up, the city could request a rate decrease. So there'd be like a safety net if the recycling market did something crazy like it did years ago with the China National Sword. But we couldn't quite come to an agreement on the proper wording, so we've just set that aside and will not include that in the current contract. One item that's still outstanding is the Main Street office. We need to decide if we want to keep it open or shut it. And the Main Street office has been closed essentially since the pandemic hit. And there's been no real noticeable disruption to service. There hasn't been this huge line of people complaining to Waste Management that the office is closed. At the bottom of this screen, there's a percentage there, 0.39%. And that's what the percentage of the rate increase is attributed to the office if it were to kept open. So if we close it, that much could be reduced from the rate increase. Other optional elements that are under discussion, and I want to make clear, staff thinks all these should be included in the agreement, and the associated portion of the rate increase are listed here. Biosolids management happens to have the same impact to the rates as the Main Street office, 0.39%. We want to add an additional amount of Big Belly cans to replace the aggregate cans around the city, the concrete cans. They're old, they're falling apart. For some reason, groups of people have been knocking them over, and after 3 or 4 times being knocked over, they crumble. So we'd like to replace those with Big Bellies, and that would add 0.19%. The support vehicles that I mentioned, the pickup truck and the flatbed, those haven't been included in Waste Management's original rates, so that would add 0.1%. And then additional compost for landscaping and doubling the bags of compost for the compost giveaway would add 0.2%. So all these items almost equal 1 percentage point to the rate increase. And this slide shows what what comprises the rate increase. The first couple of rows are Waste Management's costs and TriSet's costs. Waste Management is 3.72% and TriSet is 3.67%. And those amounts include the new carts for SB 1383, monitoring for SB 1383, the original 100 Big Belly cans. There's increased cost to process material, and a new fleet of trucks for TriSet and new trucks for Waste Management through the course of the contract, and several other things. Those are the main ones. And that brings the total of the rate increase to 7.39%. And if you could add in the optional items that staff highly recommends including, that we just had on the previous slide, that was 0.88%. That comes to a total of 8.27% with the options. Now, come March of 2023, we're going to have to add CPI onto this, and there's a minimum of 3% and a maximum of 6%. And with inflation, we're assuming it'd be the maximum. So you add the 6% onto that 8.27, and the maximum total possible rate increase is 14.27%. At the bottom of the slide, it shows the savings from that Main Street office if it were to close, and that's that minus 0.39%. And so that would make the maximum possible increase 13.88%. This slide compares a common size cans, or the common size cans for single family homes, the rates for Hayward's current amount and that proposed maximum amount to other Alameda County jurisdictions. This isn't every other jurisdiction, just a few. And the third column over from the left, the 30 to 35 gallon can, the rates are sorted by that amount because that's the most common can size for single family homes. You can see the current rate is one of the lowest on this list, and that 14.27 increase is kind of in the middle. Another element of this franchise agreement is that we have a memorandum of understanding with the Orloma Sanitary District. There's about 3,500 homes on the northern border of Hayward that receive recycling services through the contract that we have with Waste Management. And this was set up in 1997 to make sure these homes had weekly recycling service. So staff recommends just renewing this MOU so there's no disruption to the service. So with that, if council approves the franchise agreement, the next steps would be to execute the new franchise agreement with Waste Management, execute the new memorandum of understanding with the Orloma Sanitary District, start conducting outreach to businesses and residents about the new agreement. And then Waste Management will order the new carts for SB 1383 and their light-duty electric vehicles. Tri-State will order their new carts, their new collection fleet, which is going to be compressed natural gas, and then 2 new light-duty trucks. So the staff's recommendation is that council, 1, determines whether the Main Street office should close or remain open, introduces the attached ordinance granting the exclusive franchise to Waste Management of Alameda County, incorporating the proposed franchise agreement, and approves the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an extension to the current memorandum of understanding with the Orlando Sanitary District and Waste Management. With that, I'll open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you. And could you also, yes, take your screen down? Thank you. Okay. So questions from council. We'll go to Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeff, for your comprehensive report and for the slide showing how many touch points we've had in the last 2 years. A lot of work has gone into tonight. So thank you for that work. My first question is with respect to the office. What will happen to, I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 employees there, but what would happen to those individuals if that office is closed?
So if I may answer that question, Waste Management is here and they can speak to that. But my understanding is that those 2 employees have been absorbed in other waste management operations for the past 2.5 years.
Okay. And then can you please show the slide where you outlined the recommendations from staff to increase it by, I think it was like 0.88%.
Yes.
And then while you're pulling that up, with respect to compliance with SB 1383, so we're going to get brand new carts that are color appropriate for each cart. We're not going to like change lids, or there just was no other viable option to try to minimize the impact of.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a question about that too, because it did reference painting the lids, but then it said they were also going to replace. So what is happening there?
So the carts are going to be replaced. They are going to be brand new carts for the 2 carts that do not meet the requirements. We had a conversation about maybe changing the lids. That was not proved practical, in part because the carts are old. They have been in service. We did not renew them under the existing franchise. We are using them for over 10 years now. And this is an opportunity to change the 2 series of carts for garbage and for recyclables.
Okay, and when those efforts are executed, what's going to happen with the old carts? Can those be recycled? How can we repurpose them? Just do we have any ideas of what's going to happen to thousands and thousands of carts?
The simple question is probably going to be that, yeah, they'll be recycled. But I have to tell you that in reality, they may not be recycled. They may be sent to landfill. Plastic has just a few cycles for recycling. And this type of plastic is not readily, lend itself to being recycled to new water bottles or new things. They are at the end of their recycling cycles, and they'll probably be landfill. Efforts will be made to reuse them, but I don't want to pretend that they'll be recyclable into other items.
Okay, thank you. And then with regard to the big belly cans, additional, how many more are we talking about? So the initial ask is 125 the first 4 years. How many is this additional going to get us?
167.
Okay. And will the council Infrastructure Committee, not infrastructure, sorry, I'm getting my committees mixed up. I'm really tired. We've been at this since 5 o'clock.
Sustainability.
Yeah, I can't even speak anymore. Will the Sustainability Committee also weigh in on where those are placed throughout the community?
We'll be
Sure.
absolutely happy to bring that before you and get direction from you.
Okay. I had one more question, but it's escaping me. I will defer to my colleagues, and if I recall what that question is, I'll raise my hand again. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, okay, thank you. We'll go next to Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you. Yeah, I was a little blown away about the containers, being used as landfill. And, do we know how many containers we have in the city?
The containers that we are talking about add up to approximately 100,000.
Wow. Where would they go?
Some of them will be recycled into things such as, for carpeting pads and things like that. Yeah. And some of them will be landfill.
Yeah. Are
Waste
we the
management
only
is
city?
here, they can speak more to that.
Are there other cities doing this too?
Absolutely. Entire state, this
Oh my
SB 1383 requires this uniform colors. And this is one of the points of contention that a lot of agencies are worried about the waste, worried about the expense of having to go through this. The idea is that if someone lives in San Diego and then they move to Los Angeles, they should see familiar cards and not be re-educated about which color cards to use.
Yeah. Well, okay. I didn't want to get caught up in that conversation, but the illegal dumping collections, there's going to be an increase in illegal dumping. And I'm just curious, where would we determine where we would go to pick up illegal dumping? Or what is that process like? Do they, as they're en route and they see something, do they automatically pick it up? Or how does the illegal dumping collections work?
They may see something, but more likely the city will see something and the city will contact Waste Management. Right now, they're doing a good job doing 6 pickups every week. This is going to double that to 12.
Do they have the same equipment that we have? The truck with the big arm, and
Correct.
do they do that kind of a pickup too?
They do.
They do? Okay. I got a road here and about the potential conversion to electric trucks, and I know, I read this some time ago about how some services, Cal State East Bay, I think is one example that Cal State East Bay does not have an electric shuttle because the technology doesn't exist to take them up the hill, I guess. Is that a concern with us, or?
That's what we hear. We would have loved to work with Waste Management and get them to purchase new trucks, especially for Tri-Set, because Tri-Set's trucks, I don't know if you saw in the picture, they are in poor shape and they have to be replaced, all of them at once. So once they are replaced, the opportunity to change them to electric trucks during the course of this franchise agreement is very, very limited. But unfortunately, we had to accept the fact that the technology is not quite there yet. So they are going to be using CNG trucks.
Yeah, okay. Well, so my comment about the Main Street kiosk, and I know that the 2 employees there will be, absorbed. Can the services delivered at the Main Street office, can they be conducted at, say, like a small kiosk here in City Hall somewhere?
We had extensive conversation about that 5 years ago during our, or 6-7 years ago during our negotiations of the last contract. It wasn't practical for the city or for Waste Management to do that because of the cash handling aspects of that.
So if the Main Street building, if that office closes, then much of those services will be put online, right?
Yes, the office has been closed now for 2.5 years.
I see.
So it will continue to be closed.
Has there been any complaints or concerns from the community?
We have not received any.
Has you know, I don't know if Waste Management is going to talk, but have they received any complaints or concerns about this? Do we know?
They can cover that question
They can
when.
cover it, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, are we going to bring them up to answer questions as well, or afterwards? I mean, after the council finishes?
Absolutely, your
Okay.
pleasure, yes. Mhm.
Okay, so we'll go on with, Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. Director Amiri, the rate increases, what are they per year versus the life of the contract?
So the rate increases are initially the figures that we mentioned, about 8% or just over 8%. And then there is a CPI component, just like it is in the existing contract. In the existing one, we have a floor of 3%, a ceiling of 6%. Although we are in inflationary times, and right now inflation, they say, is at 8.6%, we kept the ceiling the same. The argument was that Waste Management may have enjoyed when the inflation was below 3%, where we had the floor of 3%. So we would like to keep the ceiling now at 6%. So when the time comes, next March, we'll see what the annual inflation has been. We are assuming the worst, that if it is the worst case scenario, which is 6% or over, that is what will be added to 8% that are related to the provision of services that we have negotiated with Waste Management.
Okay, but I want to be clear, for this upcoming year, it is 8%?
So the provision of services is 8%. The CPI is up to 6%. When March 1st comes, those two components are going to be added together, 8% for the new services and the implementation of SB 1383, plus whatever it is, the CPI at that time. If we didn't have the new services come March 1st of 2023, CPI would have been the number to use for adjusting Waste Management's rates. With the new services, that 8% or whatever it is that finally the council decides is going to be added to the 6% for a total of about 14%.
Okay, so my main point is it's roughly about 8%, potentially about 14%. On an average bill, what does that look like as an increase?
So if you, Jeff, if you go back to slide 12, we can see exactly what that number is. That number currently for the standard service that most people basically subscribe to is $37.67 a month. That changes to $43.05. So it is roughly $5.40.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in this contract, because it covers a couple of years, do we have the percentage locked in for the next coming years? I'm not talking about CPI in particular. I'm just talking about the actual rate per year.
So the initial increase, the 8% that I mentioned, related to the provision of services is going to remain the same. This is a one-time adjustment that is made in year one. And every year after that is based on CPI, a ceiling of 6%, a floor of 3%. However, just like we have in the existing contract, there is a provision that in year 4, we take a look at the return on investment for Waste Management to make sure that they have a reasonable return, just like it is in the current agreement. And the rates will be adjusted in year 5 based on that. In our current agreement, that adjustment for year 3 was 5%, I think 5.04%, something like that. So that is kept in the existing franchise agreement for the exclusive reason that otherwise Waste Management would have asked for a higher initial increase to make sure that they are not going to get into financial difficulties later on.
Okay. And I would hope that, you know, when we make these announcements that we actually highlight this particular piece, because the majority of the questions that we have received as council members has been on the rate increase. And, you know, I think we need to clearly state that this is the percentage, this is what the average looks like, because we do have to educate the public that this is not super significant, right? Yes, the percentage looks like a lot, but based on the total, it's not necessarily a lot. And then the next piece that I wanted to ask is that there is an option for residents that are, let's say, fallen on tough times, that they can potentially opt to a lower rate or have the conversation to reduce their rate, correct?
Correct. They can opt.
Would you be able to elaborate?
Yes, they can opt to a smaller cart size, 20 gallon, which we maintain, and that is a little lower rate. And for the residents that qualify or income qualified, there is also a lower rate that they can enjoy.
All right. And then I just want to also make sure that in the life of the contract with them, that we are also pushing to really, I understand that you guys want to set boundaries or let's say framework for environmental aspects that are achievable potentially, but I think that we do need to prioritize that, and we need to consistently be pushing that as well. Because as I've said, you know, for several years in a row now, China's policy has been well known prior to them even implementing it, that this is the direction that they're going, that, you know, we do have to take a look at how we are handling things in-house and also educating the public as to just different ways of reduction. And I think that there is an education component that I don't think has been fully elaborated in the staff report, but I'm hoping that we can create more partnerships and more efforts around that, including, you know, whether it's Keep Hayward Clean and Green, whether it's, you know, schools or whatever the case may be. But I think that there's a lot of opportunities there. So other than that, I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you for all the work on this, to the whole team. Couple questions. Sorry. So just to sort of build on the questions about the rates, it would be my assumption that the increase in the first year contract would include some sense of increased costs, and yet there's a CPI also sort of in this front year. And I know there was a consolidation of rates, but I'm still not quite grasping why there's a CPI so early in the contract. Is that not addressed elsewhere?
So the CPI is next year. We had a CPI that went into effect on March 1st of this year, 2022. So March 1st of next year, there will be another CPI. Whether or not we have a new contract, there will be a CPI. The 8% that we mentioned are related to provision of services, enhancements, SB 1383, new carts. I think that on the back of envelope, I was thinking that the cost of those carts could be close to $10 million. So that is also included in the rates that we are paying.
Sorry, so there's no adjustment in there for increased just general, you know, employee costs, cost of doing business costs? There's no, that's not reflected in the contract, that first year contract, increased contract costs?
Yes.
So as mentioned in your staff report, the 7.39% increase is primarily related to new garbage and recycling materials for compliance with SB 1383.
Right.
organics procurement, which is also part of the SB 1383. The fact that the trucks will have to be equipped with new cameras and take a look at contamination and so on. Of course, the provision of brand new trucks, 10 new trucks, I think it's 10 or 11, for TriCit.
Right.
They have to purchase all new trucks in year one.
Okay. Thank you for that. So why is it we have, I know it's in 1383, or the commandment is the wrong word, to buy
New cars.
organic material.
Yeah.
What I'm not understanding is why do we have to buy it? I mean, we're paying, ratepayers are paying, and the city's paying to collect it and turn it into compost. Why do we have to buy it back?
I think I will let Jeff to add to what I'm saying, but the fact is that there is not a whole lot of market for the amount of compost that we produce. And the other reason for it is that it's an educational reason, that this is the products that have been produced by us putting the green waste in the green cart. The amount is too much. It's like 9,000 tons of each for us. We don't have a plan to do anything with those things. It will take us some time to figure out how we can utilize that. We are going to have to work with waste management to find a way to make it reasonable for us to be able to accept this amount of mulch and compost.
Right. Yeah, all of the logic, or that parts I get. I'm still having a real trouble wrapping my head around why we would have to buy it. Why we would have to accept it, why we'd have to use it. I get that. But why we would have to buy it, it's not making sense in my head. But
To produce it, why?
yeah, we paid to produce it, so anyway, I will stop there. Thank you.
Perhaps it's because the state came up with this law. I'm sorry. And I have suggested in the past that the nice mall in Sacramento might be a good place to take it, and sorry, it's late. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just want to make sure, Jeff, I know we're increasing the illegal dumping pickups. We're doubling it. And we've done better in the last couple of years in tracking that the 6 that we already had in our contract are actually being done. So will that same type of tracking continue so we can ensure that we definitely have hot spots throughout the community? So 12 is a good number, but we could definitely use more. So I just want to make sure that we are ensuring that the 12 are being picked up.
Yeah, we'll continue to track it the same way.
Okay. And then am I clear to understand that we're going to no longer do the bulky pickup from home? We're only going to allow vouchers, or did I miss that?
No, the bulky will remain the same. And the vouchers will remain the same as well.
Okay. I must have just missed that. I apologize. And then I haven't really heard anybody weigh in. I know I asked a question about the employees at the office, and I later heard you said it has been closed this entire 2 years. And
Correct.
Personally, I haven't received any complaints or impacts of it being closed. So if it is going to save our community members some money, I would agree that it's best to go ahead and close the office. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I don't see any other council questions right now here. So I'm going to open public comment on this item, and we do have some speakers. And before we go there, I'm just going to say now, in case there is anyone here who wanted in the chambers or even watching online, regarding item number 17, the Hayward homelessness update, because I think that, and we had one more item after that, the salary plan amendment, which is somewhat time sensitive. So given that it is late now and we still have 2 more items to go through, the city manager and I are suggesting that we continue the item on the homelessness update to next week. And we'll finish, item 18 and the rest of the agenda. So I just wanted to make that announcement in case there is anybody hanging on, waiting for that item. We will do that at hopefully a more opportune time next week. Okay, so now I'm going to open public comment and ask, Brad, Sia, did you want to, from Waste Management? Yeah. Would you like to wait until we had the other public commenters in case questions come up? Yeah, that's okay. So we'll go to maybe there. Rich Fierro. I don't think there are any on.
Good evening, council, staff, city manager. I'll answer a couple questions from our perspective before getting into our comments. As far as the electric trucks, we appreciate the pushing, but quite honestly, the vision of the industry has not quite caught up to the reality of the industry. I think in the industrial trades, we're having significant challenges with the lifespan of batteries. They take up a significant amount of weight compared to normal batteries. Now, Waste currently runs CNG, so they are zero emissions, but we understand you're trying to push the electric. As far as the carts, we're as frustrated with SB 1383 as probably you guys are. I'm sure along with housing, there's other laws coming out of Sacramento that sound lovely but aren't really practical. In typical times, if the same company kept the franchise agreement, you would just replace carts as they became outdated. Now they're being mandated by a color. So we'll leave that to what it is. As far as the mulch, there is some processing that goes on that is handled by employees, so there is a little bit of a cost associated with that. So once again, Sacramento has their vision. We have to deal with it. As far as our comments, I just would like to thank Alex and the staff and all of you for working on this. And obviously, along with being a Hayward resident, I work for the Teamsters and we represent the workers here in Hayward with TriSet as well as Waste Management. And I think we believe that this is a reasonable agreement between the city and the companies, and we're here to speak in support and answer any questions as well if you have any further for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jim Freed?
My name's Jim Freed. I'm a waste management employee of 25 years. I'm the chief shop steward for the last 15 for waste, and I'm the vice president of Teamsters Local 70. I just wanted to get up and say that we are in support, and our employees do a great job, and the members for Local 70 do a great job in Hayward, and I serviced Hayward for probably the first 15 years, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Segura? No, oh, okay. So now, Brad, how did you see it?
Sia, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you mind if I read a quick statement? It's only about 60 minutes, so.
Yes, we do mind. just speak for 3.
So, Honorable Mayor, distinguished council, members of the city staff, and the Hayward community, thank you for the opportunity tonight to extend our long-standing partnership. Brad Sia, Public Sector Director for Waste Management for the Northern California, Nevada market area. We are extremely appreciative and grateful for the opportunity to extend this agreement. But first, I would be, without remorse, without thanking Public Works Director Alex Amiri, Environmental Services Manager Eric Pearson, and the Solid Waste Manager Jeff Crump. As they pointed out, over 2 years of negotiation, it's a very comprehensive agreement that we've put in front of this council, and we hope will get approval. It does come with a lot of SB 1383 compliance that I think you've heard, so I'm not going to get into ad nauseum about that, but there are a lot of community benefits as well too. And I think you saw from the rate chart that it does show that the rates are competitive with a lot of the other cities in Alameda County. I would also be remiss if I didn't thank our strategic partner, TriSud Recycling, who's represented here today by Manji Austria. And then I'd also like to thank the WM staff that's online right now. Todd Ninehouse, our senior district manager who runs the operations facility. Kathy Ng, who's our financial analyst, who was really key in this in terms of providing all the cost information to Alex and team. And then our public sector manager for the city of Hayward, Virginia Harrington, who's joining me tonight. We look forward to council approving this extension, implementing the new services that come with the agreement, and I'll be happy to go over some of the questions, but we do want to just say thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, we'll see if any come up when
Sure.
council is delivering, but I don't see anyone else wanting to
Mayor, I think we had some questions.
Oh, we do have some questions for you. Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about, if I don't know, hopefully I didn't miss this, but tenants, when they have a bulky pickup, do they have to go through the property owners to do that, or can they call directly? I think I missed that earlier. If that.
Jeff, do you want to handle that one, or do you want me to?
Go ahead, Brad.
So currently, I think the process is that they do have to go through the property manager. I know that this has been brought up in the past about exploring options, and we'll always, work with the Public Works Department to take a look at that. I know there's been discussion about other programs, and again, we're always willing to listen to what the city and the residents really are looking for. So as of right now, they do go through the property manager.
What's the reservation of making the change just on your own, so tenants can?
The increase, I would say, in cost associated with whatever potential capital expenses would be part, I think that would be one. And then two, it really would be about the communication, right? So how you get that message out, how you get the property managers to work that out, how you get that from a property management perspective to contain, who is ordering and when material is placed out and where it's placed out at. There's a lot of logistics involved in that. So it can be trying and can lead to more illegal dumping if those piles, again, aren't picked up in a timely fashion.
Have there been any other neighboring cities where this has happened? Because we're part of the issue why we're seeing so much dumping is that we're seeing an increase in type of multifamily housing, and they don't have the luxury of just calling the phone, ordering themselves and putting it in front of their single family home, and then it's picked up. Is there?
Councilmember Andrews, is a great question. We are piloting right now with one other jurisdiction. I'm limited in terms of what I can say because it is a pilot program, but I think once we have some more data, I think we can come back and share.
Okay. Is this something we can revisit shortly? Is it something we can look at where it doesn't sit for 5 years or whatever and we don't have any change? Because you're going to have more multifamily housing coming, and it's going to be a bigger deal.
WM is always willing to work with the city in terms of whatever additional programs they want to look at. I think tonight our focus was really just on, the provisions of the new agreement, but certainly we will work with Alex and staff.
Okay.
Councilmember Andrews, I would just add that we had extensive discussions about this item with Waste Management. As Mr. Sia mentioned, this is a pilot program in Oakland. When they get the results, we are going to have a conversation with them to see what the cost and other practical impacts are for us to implement something similar.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, and Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Sia, for being here. A couple questions. Number one, I believe you're just leasing the building on Main Street. Is that correct? You don't own it. Is that right?
Correct.
And then the employees that were placed at the office, have they already been reassigned?
Yeah, so great question. That was one of the questions I wanted to address. When COVID occurred, all of our customer service representatives went to a work from home environment, and that's where those employees have been. So they've been assisting, with Hayward questions that come up, but potentially other questions that come up as well too. So they're still working from a work and home environment.
Okay. And then do you know approximately how many employees through Waste Management and TriSed service Hayward?
Ooh, that's a really good question. And I thought I would have had all of your questions tonight answered, but I'll get back to you on the total number between TriSed and WM.
Okay. Those are all my questions. I'm happy to move the item when you close public comments, Mayor.
Okay, I don't.
Yeah, do you mind? I just, because there were some questions that came up.
Oh,
It'd take
go
me
ahead.
just a quick
Sure.
minute. So I know there was a lot of concern about what's going to happen with the current carts that are out there. We're going to do our best to recycle as many as possible. But as Alex alluded to, some of them can't be recycled. They don't have a useful life left, but we will make our best efforts to recycle those. Or if we can redeploy a cart somewhere else, we will look at doing that. So we're going to make best efforts. Unfortunately, like Alex said, the original carts that came in with the previous agreement, some of those carts are just mangled or just don't have a useful life or a reusable life. That was question one. I think question two, when we talk about the Main Street office, if there is concern, we do have a voice of the customer and also a customer vital score that we'll start sharing with Alex and team that he can share at the meetings. We have not seen a lot of feedback in regards to closing the office. I think life has just kind of found a way. I think we've all had to adjust to certain COVID measures. And when one of the other reasons, not just because of COVID to close that office, but it's really about safety of our employees. I travel all around our market area, and I can't tell you how many times we've had, unfortunately, an irate customer come into one of our offices that are very open. And the cost to get additional security features and those things in there, we just believe it's best that since we've had a work from home environment, most of our customer service reps are continuing to do that now with a lot of success. We also have a lot of new tools and technology online. We're going through a complete digitization process is what we call it, where a lot of more self-serve can be done. So we'll also come back at another subsequent council meeting, I think, present some of those that the community is aware, and we'll also look at the public education to ensure that we're putting that in there so that more of the residents and the businesses are aware of what services are available to them. In regards to prioritizing some of the environmental and diversion, I think is kind of the word that I heard. I will tell you that Jeff, Eric, and Alex had stressed the importance of us really meeting those diversion requirements in this new agreement. And we are in kind of an iterative process constantly every year looking at ways that we can further move material into a reusable life. So you'll see kind of a much more robust, I think, education and outreach plan that will help the residents and businesses move more of that material. The other piece is with the technology that we're employing, we're going to be able to identify customers that need that additional help and be able to get our recycling coordinator out into those businesses and really help them understand what can happen when they move more material out of trash into their recycling bins. So those are ways that will help support the new diversion plan. I think I covered most of them, but if I didn't, I'm here to answer any questions.
I have one.
Certainly, Mayor.
The state has mandated this thing with the cart, which is going to create waste. I appreciate that you're going to try to do something else. One thing that really would help, which they are not doing, is standardizing where things go, so that if you buy something in Castro Valley that says it's fully recyclable, like those little green bags that proteins that I thought were wonderful for my food scraps, only I come to find out, no, they aren't okay here for me to recycle in Hayward. I mean, I think that is the problem that people have, is that, I think Waste Management, not your company, but the Stop Waste, the Waste Management of Alameda County, has a good website where you can put your zip code in, and they'll tell you, they'll give you an answer on that. And I don't know how well they publicize that, but it's a very good resource. But, that is where I think a lot of the confusion comes in, and they have it. So it has this, are you aware of any attempts at the state to have more standardized recycling and also better labeling on products themselves?
So there's a number of bills that have been passed over the last several years that seek to do that, right? To standardize some of the product labeling that you can put on there. And I think there was a recent case down in Southern California, right, where one of the vendors had been proclaiming it, but had either been mislabeling it or not putting it correctly. So there is a surge to really get this correct, specifically in California, right? Because we're going to be moving, more material out of MSW. I think what you'll see if you go to Stop Waste or if you go to some of those other sites, specifically on SB 1383, because there is a website for that, they're trying to standardize that. They're giving some standardized language, and we will enhance that in working collaboratively with Alex's team to really say, like, hey, where do we think there's still some confusion in terms of what can be recycled and what can't? And I think that's really where the rubber's going to meet the road, right? Is us getting out, getting in the community, doing the tabling events, really, getting the education there. I think we'll see a lot more that we can do online via email. There's some other opportunities that we're exploring with some of our other jurisdictions where we're, transitioning into SB 1383, where we can get more out and we can get more information out. And I would recommend anybody in the public who's looking to get some more information to visit our website, wm.com. And you can go to Recycle Off and Recycle Right, and there's comprehensive information such as videos, even for multifamily properties. There's newsletter templates, door hangers, things to get the word out about what's appropriate for recycling. Hope that answered your question, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Not fully, but that's not your fault. It's the state's fault, so thank you. Okay, so I think Councilmember Marquez, did you have something else?
No, I was just, when we're going to make the motion, I'll be ready.
Oh, I see. Okay, I think we're getting there. I don't see any other speakers or requests to speak or questions in the chamber. I think you can sit down because I think we might be ready, and I'll go to Councilmember Marquez, a member of our Sustainability Committee, along with Councilmember Zermino and I. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to make the motion to recommend items 1, 2, and 3, adopt the resolution attachment 2, authorizing the city manager to execute a new franchise agreement with Waste Management of Alameda County, and introduces an ordinance attachment 3, granting an exclusive franchise to Waste Management, incorporating the proposed franchise agreement, and adopts a resolution attachment 4, authorizing the city manager to execute an extension to the current memorandum of understanding with the Oro Loma Sanitary District and Waste Management. And also, I didn't hear any objections from my colleagues, but I think we're also providing direction on it's okay to close the Main Street office. And if there's a second, I'd like to speak on the motion, Mayor.
Okay. There's a second by Councilmember Salinas. Go ahead, Councilmember Marquez.
Okay, I'll keep my comments brief, but again, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, everyone for working on this for multiple years. Thank you for the Teamsters for coming out. I really want to commend Waste Management and TriSed. They have truly been community partners at multiple community events. Anytime we need information, resources, they're really a true community partner beyond this franchise agreement. Just speaking as a Hayward resident, I absolutely love the bulky pickup. One of my favorite days is Tuesday, not because of city council, although I love you guys, but because it's the day that my garbage gets picked up. And it's the one service I can guarantee will come every Tuesday. Pick up my carts, empty them. It's an excellent service. I just want to thank everyone for their hard work. Mr. Sia, I don't know you, but I really appreciate your presentation, your inclusionary language. The fact that you refer to our community members as residents is really important because, quite frankly, not everybody does that. And I think it's very offensive when we don't use inclusionary language. So, Mr. Sia, thank you so much for being open-minded, and just want to give a huge shout out to Virginia and Daisy, who are also instrumental from Waste Management, and we see them practically at every community event. So with that said, Mayor, I'm happy to move the item. Thank you.
Okay, so the item has been moved and seconded. And
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Council, Mr. Mary.
If I may add, we sent about 62,000 Prop 218 notices out, and state law says that if we receive more than 50% protests, we cannot approve the franchise. At the closing of this meeting, we have received up to, and not up to, exactly 57 letters that protested the increase, so we are well below the threshold for the approval.
Okay, thank you for that. It's good to know. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to also thank Waste Management, concur. I see them at a lot of Keep Hayward Clean and Green events, Daisy and Virginia. They've been at many just cultural events as well. And when they do attend Keep Hayward Clean events, they don't just set up their table, they actually clean up as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge their efforts and let them know that it's noted, and really appreciate them. Sometimes I forget they don't work for City of Hayward, they actually are with Waste Management. So I do want to make sure that we do keep on our radar multifamily, that this is a luxury for single family homes to be able to call and get their 2 bulky pickups a year. And then also just make sure that we make it easier for those homes that are able to call on their own. I get the postcards and I, see the information on social media, and I still run into a lot of people who don't know about the bulky pickups. So I know in the last meeting, we talked about having stickers on the cans to have a phone number that reminds them. If we could still keep that on your radar. I don't want to make it as part of the motion, but just something that we should just keep in mind to make it easier for us to dispose of items. So thank you for your hard work, and hopefully maybe we can reach out to those residents that did write in and see how any way we can support them during this transition. I think it would be really important to have that touch base with them, especially if it was 57 residents. I think we can make the time to contact them back.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I'm happy to vote on this, but I did just want to highlight something I said in my comments. I just want to make sure that this does happen. Multiple times, council has talked about the bulky pickup item, but also I just want to highlight that when we are talking about this in a press release or informing the larger public about this, that we need to give the amount that it increases on average for the average user, because like I said, 14% plus sounds a lot, but when you talk about it being $5, it doesn't sound as much. So I really need that to actually happen, whether it's social media or the press release. And then number 2, the bulky pickup needs to kind of happen, I would say, on a hopefully quarterly basis, because people do spring cleaning, summer cleaning, back to school, whatever the case may be, but just making sure it's within a time frame that is more frequent and more regular, just as a note. Other than that, I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will also be supporting the motion, and I really appreciate all the work that staff did on the negotiating. The Sustainability Committee has seen this a few times and gone, over some of these items. I think that just the waste that is going to come from the change out of the carts, although it does take place, they have given us somewhat of a long period of time to do that. But there are stickers you can put on top of carts. They're on there now. But in any event, the one thing I do think is very interesting is that we did not get any complaints or even comments from council about one particular thing that is interesting about this new contract, and that is the cameras that will be capturing pictures of our trash to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And I certainly hope that is going to be administered in a way that, helps educate people about, what, since it's very confusing about what to put in there. I just do think it's very interesting that we can do that, but we cannot have the state allow us to capture speeding cars that kill people, you know, they simply will not deal with those bills. And yet, you know, people are going to be taking pictures of them. I'm not sure I like that. I mean, I don't know. I think it's okay. I will go along with it. I mean, not that I put anything all that unusual in my trash, but still, your trash, you know, people going through your trash, that's not a comfortable feeling. But I guess people have different views on what privacy means. But in any event, I will support the motion. It's late. So, Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be expeditious. So I do want to echo the appreciation that was said to everybody involved, and also echo the desire to reach out to those 57 residents. That made sense. And then I asked that as the cart change process is starting, to have as much communication as possible about what that process will look like. It apparently happened for one of the other agencies, but I live fairly close to where that is, and there was a lot of confusion from neighbors, and so just making it really clear and transparent about how that process works would be great. I concur about closing the office. And, you know, I wonder, we hear every so often, you know, of creative reuses of things. So connecting with the East Bay Depot for creative reuse, the artist community, you know, I bet you somebody out there has an idea about what to do with those 100,000 carts. So maybe not, and I appreciate that you're going to do as much as you can to keep them out of landfill, but also maybe put out a call, kind of as BART did, to reuse their cars. Maybe somebody's got some great idea out there. And then regarding the big bellies, I'm glad to see more of this happening. I know Parking Lot 5 is one of those sites that has been asking for one or something near there. I appreciate the focus on the downtown, and the Tennyson corridor probably has some high needs points. And then Watkins between Jackson and Fletcher tends to be an area that kind of, as you know. I know a couple of us have talked about putting some of our art contest winners, our Earth Day art contest winners on the big bellies.
Yes.
And maybe some advertising about those bulky pickup days or things that we want to get out in the community. And then it seems like, as much as I really appreciate all the work that's happened over the last couple of years, there's still a couple things that feel like they still need some collaborative work. And so I urge that to continue, which is, you know, whatever that franchise agreement, I think, is where we're going to have to go in terms of edible food recovery. And I know Stop Waste is convening those conversations, but I ask that we continue working on that, building out the local recycling infrastructure. And I appreciated what you said about working with some of the local businesses who are maybe big producers. And, you know, certainly if you make some great gain, one of those changes their manufacturing process or whatever. I mean, that's something that I think we could recognize here on council, to sort of hold up that example. And then, you know, continuing to work on, as Councilmember Andrews said, about the bulky pickups for multifamily. We'll be interested to see what that pilot project is. But then also continuing to push back on the organic material. I don't have any problem with the stuff coming back into Hayward. I feel like, I know you have concerns about where we're going to put it, and I respect that a lot. And I also think about things like carbon farming and nonprofit urban agriculture. And, you know, as we try and grow more food locally, maybe there is some use of it. But the idea of having to pay for it again, I'm just going to say that one last time. So thank you again.
All right. Thank you. And with that, I think we're ready for the vote. This is a motion by Councilmember Marquez, seconded by Councilmember Salinas, to approve basically the staff recommendation, including closing the Main Street office. With that, Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnon?
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez?
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas?
That's a lot of cans.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
All right.
Or are you still thinking about that?
That's
No,
a
it's
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was Councilmember Wahab saying yes. Councilmember Cermeño absent. Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 6 aye votes. So thank you, everybody. And really, that was a lot of work. It's taken a long time, and good to have that behind us now. But you heard a lot of comments, and thank you for being here tonight, and I hope we can continue the collaboration and working on, reducing our overall waste and transporting it away as efficiently as possible.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and council members.
All right. Now, as I said, we are going to continue item number 17 regarding City of Hayward homelessness update to next week's meeting on July 5th, where we will then be discussing that and the results of the 2022 point-in-time count. So we will move on to item number 18, which is a salary plan amendment and adoption of a resolution approving an amendment to the City of Hayward salary plan for fiscal year 2023. And we will hear from, I think, Ms. Youngblood, our Assistant City Manager. Is she still?
Yes, I am here. Yeah.
There she is. Okay.
Good evening. Let me share my screen. Okay, I hope that that is now visible.
Yes.
And so great. So as you mentioned, we are here to talk about a resolution amending the City of Hayward's salary plan for fiscal year 2023. What you're seeing on the slide now are cost of living adjustments for each of our bargaining units, as well as our unrepresented executive and non-executive groups. And you can see the fiscal impact for each of those cost of living adjustments that range anywhere from 2% to 9.68%. Just to clarify, all of these increases represent negotiated agreements and side letters that were agreed to previously in MOUs. The total cost here that you see on the screen is approximately $4.8 million of impact to the general fund. All of these amounts were accounted for in the 2023 budget model, with the exception of one, which will be brought forward at mid-year for adjustments. Next, you'll see the creation of a new classification, which is the lead sweeper operator. We're proposing that that be put in place, and it's being set at 10% above the sweeper equipment operator as a cost. And so this is approximately going to be $11,872 of impact to the general fund. And the cost shared there is going to be with the Stormwater Fund. There are several salary adjustments seen here on this slide, and these changes are mostly to address compaction between related classifications. The total impact to the general fund for these changes is approximately $216,000. This is a continuation of the previous slide. So the City Council, we recommend that your City Council adopts a resolution approving the revised salary plan for 2023.
Is that
right? Trying to stop sharing my screen. Yeah. Ah, there we are. Got it, I think.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. I will ask if there are any council questions about this item. I don't see any hands raised, so I'll open public comment. Is there anyone among the attendees? There's no one left in the chambers. Anyone among the attendees who would like to ask a question? Did I get, okay, there are no council questions. We've opened public comment. I do not see anybody. I do not see any hands raised from attendees on Zoom. I'm going to close public comment and entertain. Councilmember Wahab, Is that a question or a motion? Or
I'll definitely make a motion
Okay, go
on
ahead.
this particular item. I also just wanted to highlight, if you can go back to all of the unions.
Okay.
to the slide.
The slide with all the,
Ms.
yeah.
Youngblood?
Yes, I'm going there. Is that showing for you?
Yes.
Yes. So I do appreciate you guys adjusting this particular slide. You know, specifically, we have 2 bargaining groups that are going to be coming up for discussion for the next, you know, I'm going to say year. Both fire and police, both being our public safety arms. And I want to ensure that we're being transparent and accurate and fair partners in future negotiations. So specifically with our firefighters, you know, what's listed here, I do just want to provide for the public that for over a decade, they have not necessarily been in the average of the top 4, as the contract states, which has saved the city millions of dollars. Right now, for example, they are 9 out of 11. Compared to the departments that we typically compare them to. They also pay 15% of, you know, into their pension, which they're only obligated for 9, and they're usually the first to help. So for example, the COVID testing site, the vaccines, the firehouse clinic, the mental health unit, and much more. So I did just want to clarify that. That was the thing that I wanted to comment on in regards to the public comments. But each of our units have been going above and beyond for us. But when we do have these negotiations, just as we did with IFPTE, SEIU, HAIM, and some of the unrepresented groups moving into negotiation with our public safety, I just hope that we are transparent and provide context to some of the numbers and some of the conversations and much more. Specifically, for example, fire did not take their raise that they were required to just because of COVID. So providing that context helps us, you know, make the better decisions and also allows the public to know really, you know, how much of a partner some of these groups are with us. So just wanted to say that. And again, I'm waiting for a second and hopefully we can vote on this tonight. Thank you.
Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Councilmember Salinas. Are there anyone else wishing? Sorry. Don't see any hands raised. So I will ask the city clerk to please call the roll for the vote.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
On this motion by Councilmember Wahab, seconded by Councilmember Salinas, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Andrews?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin?
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez?
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas?
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab?
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño absent. Mayor Halliday?
Yes, and the motion carries with 6 aye votes. Okay, good work, everybody. That brings us to council reports and announcements. Councilmember Salinas.
Yes, I'd like to, this week, of course, we are resuming with Words for Lunch over at the Heritage Plaza Park and at Mia's Dream Come True Playground. Of course, at the Heritage Plaza Park, it's every day. Kids get a free lunch and they participate in reading activities. And then at Mia's Dream Come True Playground, it's Monday and Wednesday from 11 to 12. Next week, though, is 4th of July week. We will not have programming next week because of 4th of July holiday week. So what we're going to do is the following week, we're going to return. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. And for all of the thousands of kids that are up right now watching the city council meeting so that they can plan their schedules next week.
Okay, I'm
Thank you.
glad they know that now. Thank you. Councilmember Wahab. I'm sorry, wait a minute. First, Councilmember Andrews, and then Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank our representative, Congressman Eric Swalwell, for leading reproductive rights protest and solidarity of, women at Planned Parenthood. I really appreciated seeing a good turnout there, and just wanted to just reiterate that this is a huge issue that has come down, and I am happy to see that our city is standing in solidarity of women by doing this this lighting of City Hall. So I just wanted to give kudos to whoever spearheaded that, and want to thank our maintenance department facilities for taking that on. Thanks.
Well, I think it was spearheaded by the 3 council members who brought us the.
Sorry, that's right. Us.
Yes. So thank you to the 3,
Thank you.
3 people on Zoom there.
Thank you, Councilmember Wahab, for drafting it. Thank you, Councilmember Marquez.
And I can't wait to get out of this room and go actually see those lights.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember Wahab.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Andrews, for raising that. I think it's incredibly important to just highlight, although it's not a surprise because all of us knew that this was going to happen, you could tell that a good chunk of the population's spirit has been crushed. So it's disheartening to see, and just shows that we have so much more to do. But I did want to just highlight on a brighter note, as time flies, happy 4th of July to everybody. I can't believe we're already here this quickly. It's Monday. So happy 4th of July, and I hope everybody is safe. And I haven't heard as many complaints about fireworks since we've introduced our new policy, if you will. And if you do hear fireworks, it's bound to happen a little bit, but I think it's significantly dropped. At least in my neighborhood, it has dropped significantly. So,
Okay, if you believe in old wives' tales, you better knock on some wood right now so that we don't start hearing from. But I agree with you. I don't think that we have heard as much this year yet. But let's hope that stays that way and that our new plan is working. Councilmember Marquez.
I just want to echo that we're working so hard that we forget some of our accomplishments. So just so the public knows, we've been at it since 5 p.m. and most of us have full-time day jobs. So that's why things were a bit out of sorts. So please be patient with us, but we're all obviously very dedicated to our role. I do want to thank Councilmember Aisha Wahab for leading the efforts on the reproductive rights, and just encourage the public, if you would like to, please donate to access reproductive justice. This is a fund where you could donate so that the funds can be used for anyone that's in need of reproductive health care, and they can access those services. So I encourage people to join in contributing if they can. Also want to thank Congressman Eric Swalwell for quickly organizing the protests on Saturday. People definitely wanted to come together and just be in community. It's a huge loss, and we got to do our best to bring this to the ballot in November to codify it here in California, which I'm confident we'll be able to do. But just thank you all for the great work, and that's it.
I believe it definitely is going to, from what I read today, it will be on the ballot in November. It was a really heartening after the, extreme disappointment of the news on Friday. It was very heartening to see that turnout. Many, many people, most of whom, aren't people that we see in council meetings a lot, or, they're just, it was a true outpouring of people and enthusiasm to, rally to the cause, and the cars that came by on A Street, I think almost every one of them honked in our support. And I think we're all going to take up doing things on an individual basis to make our voices heard on this issue, and I think they will be. I know that the effort to overturn Roe v. Wade started almost immediately after it was approved 50 some years ago, 49 actually, and there was a concerted effort. It took them almost 50 years, and I don't think it's going to take us that long to reverse it back, to get that ruling reversed. But we do need to organize and work at it. It won't just happen without that. So with that, anyone else right now have any? Okay, we're going to move into, we have no referrals this evening, so we're going to move into our adjournment, and I am going to take the time to read this because we lost a very outstanding public servant in our area and someone who had done a lot for Hayward, and that would be John A. Dutra. And so we did send a in memoriam certificate to his family in time for his memorial service. And it said, whereas John A. Dutra, lifelong resident of the East Bay and outstanding public servant, passed away on May 29th, 2022. Whereas Mr. Dutra was born to immigrants, raised in Oakland, and began his career as an engineer working at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Whereas Mr. Dutra began working part-time in real estate in the early 1970s and formed his own company that eventually expanded to have offices in Castro Valley, Pleasanton, Livermore, and Tracy, and became the #1 real estate company in the East Bay. He and his company have had a profound impact on the shape and character of Hayward through numerous development projects that resulted in the construction of almost 400 new homes in the community. Most notably, the Dutra Company assembled the parcels in the Mount Eden area, annexed these parcels into the city of Hayward, and financed and constructed new water and sewer infrastructure to service the future development in the area, and also actually the existing development. Whereas Mr. Dutra also had a tremendous career in public service, serving 4 years on the Fremont Planning Commission and 10 years on the Fremont City Council before being elected and serving 6 years in the California State Assembly. During his tenure, in the Assembly, he led the push for funding for the retrofits of the east and west spans of the Bay Bridge, and also secured $1 million to retrofit the historic Mission Church at Mission San Jose. The City Council is adjourning our meeting this evening in his honor and memory, and it is a loss to our community, and I know that we all appreciate the things that he did while he was alive. So in honor and memory of John Dutra, this meeting is adjourned.